Can we get started? Hey, welcome to session 6. Our objective today, understand code management, the role of collaboration. We're going to look at GitHub repository. We'll talk about the concept of pushing the code, merge conflicts, things like that. I'll use one of the students to actually walk through the entire process, and I'll have you install Git Bash, just another CMD tool, and then we'll see what we can do. Maybe automate a test case if we have time. Before I proceed on this, today's class is basically encompassing everything, starting with the code and then going all the way to how do we deploy the code or where do we manage it, just about everything. So I would like to start with taking your questions. Today is the best day to ask me questions about end to end, from beginning to end. And let me just write down a few questions from you first, and maybe add some of mine and see if I can answer it that way. So I am sure you are thinking about, you have some curiosity in this software testing field. You're not quite sure that you're writing a code. Where does it go? How does it work? Who manages it? Is it in my local? Is it somewhere up there? So ask me questions. What are some of your concerns and questions?
So, I'm good with XPath, but the XPath access, if you can, just I was watching the videos also, but if you can explain one more time.
That will be more like a review session, but this is a question where it's like I have not covered something.
Oh.
So what are some curiosities that you have that you're kind of still fuzzy about? What are we doing and how is this managed? Can you throw me some questions?
Every time they don't give us the test case, right? How they tell us to work or like if they don't give us the test case, how do we start?
Okay. What to do when there is no test case? Okay. Maybe why there is no test case? Maybe how does everything start? Yeah. So how would I start? Manual. What are the first fundamental steps? Right? What else? This is like her beginning type of question. What about going forward? What happens after you're done with the test case? You automated it. What happens then? You give it? How?
Yeah, that's
We will have one supervisor or manager, or we have to do it under right?
Yes.
If we have any issues, or if we will consult with them,
Yes.
and then when we finish our coding or something, and then we give that to them, or
Yes.
yeah?
Do you have a question of how we give the code to them?
Email, like
Email the code?
email the documents, like,
you saw us yesterday.
The class file maybe?
yeah, the also entire document is
Okay. How do we deliver for the code when done? Okay.
What will happen if we can finish our assignment within the deadline?
Okay. What happens if we can't finish within deadline?
usually how
There's no deadline.
it's not there.
Finish within time expected maybe. Nobody is gonna,
Somebody told me.
no.
So usually how long this
How long is expected to finish automation or a test case?
Is it supposed to fix the screens or something?
Hmm?
Is it supposed to fix the screens, for example, your job? And in a job we have screens.
Hmm?
And
Oh, like, is it supposed to finish?
fix the screen. So, for example, in the end of the sprint, I have to finish my task.
Yes.
Is it supposed to be like this?
Do
or
we have to finish?
Because in the end of the sprint, we have planning for the next sprint,
Right.
and you say, I'm gonna do this.
I got you. Good question. Do we have to finish task within the sprint?
Why it happens when, for example, we have like a one line over GitHub, and you have like a branch, several branches. Sometimes it happens because why it happens.
Why are there different branches
Yeah.
in GitHub? Okay, good question.
The answer?
What else? This is the day you can ask me all weird questions. Okay, it's accepted. Any off topic, like you just want to know, you're curious. How does this all come together?
So in workplace during the work time, we are totally unknown some concept. How do we able that situation
Can you rephrase it for me?
in workplace?
Mhm.
Suppose there is one something that we don't know
Mhm.
anything
Yeah.
about that.
Okay.
So how do we deal with that?
How do we deal with an unknown or unexpected situation? I have a good answer for that from
What
life
kind of-
experience too.
What kind of tool can be used in the workplace
Mhm.
to deliver the product? Like mean,
Very good.
it's not only like, for example, somebody works overseas and you need to deliver for them. Or version, not final product, but version.
That will, yeah, good question. What else? Online? In class?
This time the almost the same question, like do we have to use multiple automation tool?
Multiple tools?
Yeah, or like we have to use only one automation tool, or we have to use the different tool for different test cases.
Do we have to use multiple automation tools? Anything else?
Who made decision when you decided that this product is okay, you can survive with this one? For example, not all features matter. Works perfectly like we expected, but we can deliver the product to market.
Sure. Who makes
Decision. Is that a collaboration or one person?
of releasing the product? Okay. Any other last minute?
So if we make some mistakes or some, what will be the consequences of those?
Style clarification. So suppose we have joined the company and we just get the task and the deadline is like very short, but not so. If there is no deadline. So when we join, so basically how much time we get to understand their, firstly we have to understand the system only. And if they are already working on their existing framework, so we have to understand their framework. And then only we can start working on what they are going to assign our task.
Yes.
So how long basically take normally in a generally?
How long does it take to familiarize or adapt?
With the framework, adapt the framework,
Adapt
applications, whatever they are using.
to the new framework.
Framework as well as the application. Because we have to understand the application also, right?
Sure. Yes.
Question.
Yes.
What a typical environment in the workplace? For example, you come to the new company, what's the typical environment? Is it stressful or friendly? What we should expect? What's the attitude of the team when you ask them too many questions?
Good. Anything else?
How do we act like we have 6-7 years experience? And add some more environment as per.
How do we, I wouldn't say the word act. How do we carry ourselves in a way that portrays, that displays, that confirms seven years of experience?
Is there any time they can give experience?
Sure.
There will be consequences.
What is the consequence?
What are the consequences
During portfolio.
if
Yeah, that's true.
they
Within 5 years,
figure out we don't have the right experience, right amount of experience? Okay, I think these are pretty good questions. Let me answer these, and then this class is going to clarify a lot of the things for you. Of course, there are more questions in this field I'm sure you can't even think about it because you have no idea what's going on back there in that department. So let's see if I can just go in an order. What to do when there is no test case? And why is there no test case? And how would I start? If you don't find any test case, you need to do a couple of things. One, simple. Basically, two things. Let me take you to CRM. So suppose this is the website you're going to automate. It's too corny. Priceline. So you work for Priceline. You go in here and you are on this page and you are asked to come up with everything. Manual test cases, automated test cases, just everything. And they got nothing. Right? So instead of panicking that, okay, what do I need to do? Or if they ask you, in my case, they came in and says, just go ahead and put these values right here and then hit the button and then there's going to be a call to the database. Also, a email goes out. So verify the email that works. And I'm like, I have not learned how to verify emails or go into the emails. And where's the test case? And I don't know the framework. This is my third day in the job. So it was very stressful. But anyway, what you do is two questions you need to ask. Who has access and who doesn't? So step one of your quality assurance. Two questions. One, which users have access and which don't? Sometimes you'll find there are pages some people have access to, others don't. And you have to test that and make sure that that works. But if that's not the case at all, if everybody has access, next question you need to ask, what can the users do? If you can answer this question, you know how many test cases are there. So let's answer this question and hash out this page. That's your very first thing. We know Priceline, everybody has access because they want everybody to book. So that question, we don't have to do any kind of testing on this. Access validation. Now, what can the users do? Tell me. First and foremost, you can book the flight, right? Okay. Booking the flight And what else? Planning here on this page.
Round trip, one way.
Only on this page. So booking the flight, you could either book it round trip, one way, or multi-destination. That means you have three test cases here under the same one way, round trip, and multi-destination. You have to create three test cases, one with round trip, one with one way, and one with multi-destination to make sure all of those work.
Let me clarify, we're talking about automation, right?
Manual test case first, then we do automation. You don't want to jump into automation when you have not really thought about your manual plan. What else?
We can add a hotel.
So adding a hotel, that will be also something that you want to route with. So that could become another test case. Adding a car, going that route, another test case. It may be several combinations. Sometimes you do one way and notice this, the car option just went away. So should not,
What about
I would say.
Departing and returning.
Yeah, what about to choose the
Class also.
departing from, where we fly from? Do we have a list to choose from?
Two things you can do. One, you can choose a specific destination, or you could randomize it. So for example, here, you could have a list of destinations and DFW or something, whatnot. See these? What you could do is, in here, you can bring in your automation and just type in anything. See this list come up?
List.
That list, you capture it with Java. I'll show you one of the classes. Get it and do a random run of that list and pick any and go and click there.
Just for that, for destination.
Yeah.
Departure, I mean, just put departure tab. And
Sure.
then there's another tab for going to random.
Well, first thing first, right? If you think how many test cases, that's your variation of thinking that how many ways can it go wrong? Of course, more the better, but you don't want to test everything that might become too much. So they call it risk-based analysis. You have to think about the risk of this break. If I just do one test case with round trip and choose a flight here, and put a random time, all these things you saw random class. We can do that. You can choose, increase, drop this down and increase that. You're capable of doing that in automation. And then find a flight. Just 1 second. If you did that, the question still lies whether this one way will work or not. And when you did this round trip, after you submit, let's see, you're going to have to check something here that it shows round trip. See this? That will fail your test case if this shows up. So something I probably did wrong, or maybe the website is wrong. Wasn't able to handle it. But so what you do first is you decide how many test cases you want. Obviously, you want to do one round trip, you want to do a one way, you want to do multi-destination. Not only just to check these buttons work, but also see the whole process, whether that works or not. Okay. And then if you want to make it a little more complex, you see this, these don't have the add a car button. These two don't, or add a hotel button. In the round trip, it does. So you might say, I can probably add on my same test case that I'm going to automate and figure out whether the round trip works or not. Maybe I'll just go ahead and add a hotel on it instead of having a separate test case for a hotel, because I have to do this whole process anyway. It's kind of like this. You want to go to that coffee room to get some coffee. You want to test the coffee room, but you have to go past this room anyway. So do you want to have a separate, you want to test this room on a different day? Or you might as well just open the door and check to see if everybody's okay or not, while you're walking all the way over to the kitchen and then testing the kitchen. Okay? So that's the philosophy. If you see there are some things on the way, yeah, wrap them up on that same test case. Grab that, touch this button, push that button. Every time you you make Selenium to interact with the button, you are actually testing. Because what if that button doesn't show up? What's going to happen to your test case one day? It's going to fail. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Your test case failure says two things. What? Either you caught a bug or your code is bad. All right? So you got 50-50 chance, and remember, your job is catching bugs. You don't want the software to go to a customer when past you with the bug. If it's a minor bug, it's fine. But if it's a blocker bug, meaning major, company can lose a lot of money. It's going to come to you. Okay? It's going to be our fault. Why didn't we see it? So the project managers always, they come to the QA and ask, how did this go past the automation? And y'all didn't see it. Okay, well, I had a situation like that. And my team, we all fought back with the project manager. It was like communicating back and forth in messaging in the channel. And we were defending ourselves because we were right as well. We saw the bug. The automation caught it. But we let it go. We let it go because we decided that it's okay. It's okay to let it go. And we'll fix it on the next round. Mistake we made? Which one is considered a blocker and which one is not? It's people to people. There is no set criteria. So project manager came back and said, I think this is a blocker. So in that case, we had to revert that back. We had to pull the code back and restore the production website to the previous version until we fix again and then send it off. So our learning experience was that we're not going to make a decision on the bugs. And we're going to go to the project manager and ask him. If he says, yeah, it's okay, let it go, we'll let it go. He's going to take the blame. And we're not going to take the decision. So it was a good learning experience. Anyway, your question was? This one? Departure? Yes, what's going to happen is if you interact with this input box and you're going to send key a character, let's say G, and then that populates.
And do we have to worry if from this?
If your plan is to pick a specific destination, then you are just going to send keys Grand Rapids.
If we have to verify the list.
And then
if you have to verify the list view,
if you want to verify the list, most people don't do it, but it can be done. What you do is, depending on the behavior of this, looks like based on what you have typed, you get an assortment. Okay. So if I were to test this list, I would first take all of these with an A, letter A, and all of these right here, and I would save this in a string, list of string. Okay. List of string, I'll store all this. And then I'm going to send keys A and take it from the actual website. It's so many for us, but not for Java code. And then with the B, whatever you got, with the C. And if you do a loop and testing, it's going to do it really fast. And it can do that. But again, what is the risk of something not showing up. Not so much, so you are not going to test that on the test case. Now, if you have created a lot of test cases already and you don't have the time, I mean, you have the time and you don't have any other task, yeah, go do it. So always what's most important, you do first. And then if you have time, do other things. Did you notice that there are other things right here? Search express deal. You have to automate that too. That may have some functionality. Look at this. There's a test case for that. Users can search express deals. Then you have to click here, make sure this window opens, and do a search right there. What about this one here? You may have to device testing for that. You have to hash through this whole page and see what other functionalities are there and make sure all of these functionalities work.
Yeah, but it's not possible to automate all things so that we get the relationship.
Yeah.
So if there is no documentation, no bearing, no such document and test cases, then how we
Good question. So what do? I went into my work and they didn't have any place to put the test cases. I asked, where are the test cases? And my supervisor said, it's in Sarah's head. And his supervisor, he's genius, he built the whole thing, but he doesn't want to automate test cases. He hired me for that. And I'm like, Sarah is a manual tester and she has it all in her head. So I have to call her and ask her, and the way she talks and explains things, I am just super lost. Okay, so I tried that a couple of times and I gave up. Like, no, I got to do it myself. I didn't know any strategies to move forward, but it was like a lot of trial and error. But I just showed you a strategy right now. 2 questions you need to ask yourself, and then you figure out. Now, where are you going to write and put those test cases? You got to organize them because you could lose them. I asked my supervisor, what can I do? He said, we bought test trail. You could do it in ALM. You learned ALM? You could use ALM to organize all your test cases. And they didn't have that. It's expensive. So he said, we bought test rail 6 months ago, but Sarah took it and she doesn't want to give up control over it. And she doesn't know how to do it. Maybe she's learning it. So what happened is this lady, she took it. She's very afraid that I was gonna take away her job, that I got hired. And so she wanted to feel like she has control over something, that she knows something, company can't just let her go. So she took this tool, kind of like ALM, called Test Rail, took it, and she doesn't know how to manage it. You have to be an administrator on it. There are some settings and they have to do. So she was maybe watching some video, but she was getting so busy. It was 6 months and we didn't have anything. So, and I'm like, why don't you tell her? Now this guy is genius. He knows how test rail works and stuff. He's like, no, I don't want to disappoint her. She's after all like our sister. It's okay. She wants to feel secure that way. Let her do it. She'll come around someday. But I mean, this guy is like really nice. I'm like, wow, cool. That's fine. Okay. So what do I do at this time? Google Drive. I was putting it in Microsoft Word first. Then I'm like, every pages, I have to organize it by page. And I don't want to scroll through Microsoft Word pages. So I could have done it on Excel. Excel has different sheets. But then I'm like, I don't want that file in my computer local. How do I put it in the cloud so I can check it anytime I want to? So I was creating folders in Google Drive for hotel, for cars, a folder for that. Flights, a folder. And then inside the folder, I was storing those test cases. Halfway through, my supervisor comes in and says, "You shouldn't have to do this so difficult way. We have a tool." I'm like, "But I can't wait for her to come up with it. So either let's put pressure on her or not." So we went in and put pressure on her, and she surrendered it basically. And I went in and started adding test cases. Google Drive, ALM, and TestRail, they are the same thing. Okay, or Excel file. They are just storage of your test cases. Okay, that's it. It's the place to organize your test cases. Now, because I brought this topic up, just want to clarify, a lot of people have misunderstanding of what tool is what. ALM and TestRail is your test case management tool. You organize it, you store it, it's a repository, it's like a manual. It's not the same thing as Jira. Jira manages work units. Who's gonna be doing what? And Jira involves everybody in your company, not just QA. Your developers, if they're coding something, they're gonna have to write up a ticket. In that ticket, most companies do. If they don't, they have something else. Have you ever heard of commercialmonday.com? It could be monday.com or something like that. So, DevOps as well. Everybody in your company will be part of a team. Okay? So, Jira, first you have teams. And in your team, it could be a developer, maybe 4 developers. You, 1 QA. Yeah. 1 BA. And project manager may or may not attend.
The project manager, product owner, like different people.
Yeah, they may or may not attend your meetings. They're not considered part of your team. They will oversee more teams because a project manager is gonna oversee a lot of teams. So there could be multiple teams, that same project manager. Okay? And this could be your DevOps team. DevOps stand for development, and operations or something else. Yeah. They take the code from the developers and move it all the way to production. That's their task. There could be a platform team. Hey, unrelated, there could be finance teams. I don't know who is going to be there. They're all going to be using Jira. Financial analysts. There was a collections. We have a collections department. We have sales. Sales probably don't use this strategy. Billing. All these people, they have tasks that they have to do. And all that task management goes into Jira. So what do? You have to create, there's a product backlog. All of this is in Jira.
All of them,
Mhm.
all of them being cultivated.
Every day. What's going on? What did you do yesterday? What are you working on today? Is there any blockers? Impediments or blockers? Why is that important? Because if nobody's answering what they're doing, chances are there's a whole lot of way people can goof off and nothing happening. In my QA team, we don't have stand-ups, but in my team, like developer, QA, and BA, we have stand-ups. But we, four of us in a QA, we can also do a stand-up on our own. And because we don't have a stand-up, Sarah and Daniel are super goofing off, and they're putting all the work on me. And my supervisor, Mo, he feels like he's a supervisor. He knows so much, so he shouldn't be doing so much. So he just chills, relying on me. I mean, he knows that I am probably the most valuable person, and I probably work just as hard just to get that feeling. Those two guys, they don't care at all. So anyway, part of the deal.
Wouldn't product owners participate as looking out the life of things like
So the product backlog are, let me just say what this is. These are basically unit of work or features that need to be created or called stories. Some companies call it tickets. Okay, so all of these things, same thing. Now, how are these created? Your question is. Product owner is an agile term. This product owner may not be called product owner when you actually go to the workplace. He could be called director of product development, chief executive officer of product development, or chief product officer, CPO, anything. Okay, so he's going to be sitting with all the executives and decide what kind of product to deliver. He has a higher level experience, understanding, vision. He's a visionary, he's a leader. And business analyst is going to pair up with this guy. You won't see this guy much. Business analyst will take his vision and try to come up with documents like SRS, SRD, you heard of these. Software requirement documentation. So those things, then he's going to come in with the developers and try to design it, see if it's going to work. Now, while you're designing that, is it possible that you can go back to the product owner and say, hey, maybe it's better this way? Correct. If anybody else tried to step in, especially QA, they're not going to like that. They're going to think that you're stepping on their toes, and I've done it. And I didn't know. So we just keep our mouth shut. Whatever the design, we just test it. Done. Okay. Or walk away.
Can I do a suggestion?
Same question.
Huh?
There is no BA and no document. Then how we should we approach to the product owner directly? There is no BA. There is no documentation. Then how we should give it?
If you don't have a BA, I can't imagine a team without a BA. There has to be somebody. Has to be somebody. Now, often it could be, if it's a very small company, the project manager is the BA. Somebody assumes dual responsibility. Okay? but your task is to find out who is what. If this person, you don't have a BA so-called, but this person is writing up the stories, this person has a contact with the product owner, even though he's not called BA, he is in a way the business analyst. He knows more about what feature needs to be created. He's the person who is going to be managing the team in a way, organizing, asking the developers which story you want to work on this sprint. Kind of sort of that way, okay? So tread softly when you go into your workplace. Now, when you have these tickets, this will answer a couple of these questions here. There is no deadline, but you decide. You have stories right here that our developers are writing. They're going to create the feature, okay? And these features, you have to test them after the sprint. They're still working on it. You can't test it, but you know what they're working on it. So what is your task at this time?
Prepare to be ready after they finish.
To prepare, meaning if you know that they're working on this button, this multi-destination, they're going to give you that routing option, then you have to think and write up a manual test case. Because you already know that ticket already says it's going to have this button called multi-destination. And when you click on that button, it's going to give you 3 boxes, or this will show up. Add another flight. So you are designing your test case. You are planning for it, and you are writing up your manual test case based on the ticket that the developer is working on during the sprint. When the sprint ends, so now you're designing this, but you also have work from your previous sprint. Your previous sprint, the developer designed one way. You already have manual test case for that. So you are actually writing automation for this during current sprint, while you are writing manual test case for multi-destination that they are working on now. Make sense? So your work is kind of like that. Now, can you goof off and not do automation for this particular piece? Are they going to say anything? No, you're not. You are not on the chopping block. Developers are. They have to finish their feature within a time so that the company can launch it. If you don't have the automation, no big deal. You can test it manually.
So we can always you give us the suggestion to take that ticket.
Yes, everybody has access to those. You're gonna see it every day when you have a stand-up. They're gonna go over their tickets. That's what Jira comes in. Jira is gonna give you boards like this. Okay, your name is gonna be right on top of here. In a second, load.
So
your name is gonna be on this board, this column. Developer's name is gonna be on this column, and maybe another developer's name is gonna be on this column. And here's a ticket. That ticket he's working on, that's gonna create something, or another ticket, another ticket. Your ticket may be write up a manual test case for multi-destination. Automate one way. These are your tickets. Okay. On the daily stand-up, you have to say what's in progress. You probably put this on to do, and this you said I'm working on it.
can we say that automation team like one sprint behind from the developer? Like a one sprint behind from the developer, right?
Always.
Okay.
And it's normal. And mark that, because you may have to utter this when you go to a company. If they ask you, well, how come you have not automated this yet? What are you going to say? It hasn't even been built yet. Automation team is always 1 week, 1 sprint behind because we have to wait till it's built. Then only we can automate it. But that doesn't mean that you can't go out there in the Home Depot and get some 2x4s ready. If you want to build a house, you can still at least get those things. Meaning you could be writing classes. You're going to have a class, multi-destination, Java class. You can write that. Yeah. You can have some method written down. Maybe you don't have to put the fillers in there. You don't have the XPath yet. But you got the 2x4s, you got the cement ready to go, ready to build a house. You can do that.
But if the build is suppose already ready and they have given the deadline, so we have to work on the manual first, you have to automate. So how are we going to know whether the deadline is realistic or not?
Okay.
So,
Again, deadline is for developers. Your job is testing it. Either you do it manually or automated. That's up to you. Nobody's gonna breathe down your neck saying, how come you don't have an automation?
they hire us for the automation.
Yes, you're gonna do it when you have time. But if you don't have time and you have so many other things to do, you're just gonna have to do it when you get time. They're not gonna be pushing on you. Those tickets there on the Jira board is not for you to finish. It's for the developers to finish.
Can we get pressurized?
They're not gonna give you pressure. But you cannot also take ridiculous amount of time and do that. Now,
Can we use our
what if your supervisor asks you to designs a board for the QAs, only QAs, and you got your teammate as a column, you have a column, and he's asking you to story point your ticket. Then, hint, hint, he's expecting you to do it on time and he wants to monitor what you do. Okay. He wants to see who is doing what, which is in my case, but he's not very active. Then the best part of this, that's why they call it story pointing, is you assign points not by how long it's going to take you, but by how complex it is. Okay. The whole industry knows, and these guys that are your supervisors also, they know that they're not going to say, okay, Dipti, tell me how many hours is it going to take you? 4 hours. And then he's going to come back and say, after 4 hours, how come you don't have it? No. He might say, assign points, meaning how complex it is. You can assign it a 1-pointer, 3-pointer. If it's a 1-pointer, it's like, it's simple, maybe 1 or 2 lines you have to change. And typically 1-pointer expected time range, that's why expected, not actual time range, could be from 2 hours to 4 hours, meaning half a day. 2 hours to half a day. 1 or 2 lines. Okay? If you put 3-pointers, it could take you half a day to maybe day and a half. If you put 5-pointer, it could take you from day and a half, maybe 1 day to 3 days. And 5 or 7-pointers could take you 5 days, the whole week. And if you don't finish it within a week, because it's a time range, nobody really knows when you are supposed to finish it. It's a time range. So if you coded it as 7-pointer, it took you the whole week and you still need Monday and Tuesday of the following week, no problem. If you see 7-pointers, you probably, if you take 2 stories, 2-week sprint, you pick 2 stories, each of them 7-pointers. 2 automations maybe. Then you got 2 weeks to do 2 automations. Can you not handle that? You've done automation, you see I've done it here in like a few hours. Okay? And that you can take 3 days. Then I do it in a few hours. and still be okay. Can you handle that? Come on. Yes, you can. All right. You're not gonna believe the developers, when I check their code, it's like a line, one line, or sometimes they deleted a line. I'm like, what? This was like 4 hours work? That's their half day. They come in at 9 o'clock and they're drinking coffee, talking to somebody. And maybe you'll sit in their office and just go over there, open up, and then maybe delete that and then snooze off again. Okay, and they make good money. You'll be doing the same thing. Don't worry about it.
So what the tester do while when you have that free time?
Pretend that you work.
You always,
Get free time.
yeah. Well, just go talk to somebody or something. There'll be free coffee and snacks. So eat that. Maybe go for a walk. I do that sometimes. But yes.
So generally,
Hmm?
I'm sorry, generally, the job is not so intensive, right? Or sometimes it's intense.
It can get intensive in a way that right now I am handling the DevOps work. So I'm moving code from development environment to staging to production. And at the same time, I'm the only person who's automating test cases. The other guy, Daniel, I'm kind of training him, so it's going to take time. I am under serious pressure at my work, but I'm doing it because I feel like if I do it, I'm going to learn. And I'm willing to do that because I want to stay ahead and I want to make sure that I've mastered everything so I can go on and learn something new. And that's why I'm willingly taking on and not complaining. So if you don't want to, you don't have to make it stressful for you. But I'm making it stressful for me because of my own good. So I have nobody to blame. But don't think somebody's going to put pressure on you. Now, here's the thing. You might feel very bad when you see that you are not able to understand the framework. Okay? And not able to automate test cases, or you not able to do the work that's asked for you from you. Then internally you might feel bad because you feel like I'm not being productive enough. Maybe I don't deserve this. Nobody's gonna look at you and hurt you emotionally, physically. They can't at all. They're not going to do that. These people they're professional, okay? And honestly, they have been in your shoes. Every one of them. Very few of them that grew up, went to college, university, and came in as an intern and then did their job. Very few, especially in automation, because this automation, how many universities have it? None. So all these things are being learned by people in the community in Google and whoever's building this, like John Ferguson Smart, this guy, and then Selenium, whoever built the Selenium. And then they're kind of dispersing that way, and everybody's learning from one another. So you're going to go to an industry, in your team, people that are senior, they may have, say, they have 15 years experience. Maybe they did the same thing you did, but you will never know it. And they will never know it from you. You would never tell that to anybody. Okay? So you walk in there, and that's who you are. All right? You have 7 years experience. You have 7 years experience, but it's if you just did some small things, that's all you know. If you only automated test cases using JUnit TestNG, you know that, right? You have already automated some. So you've been working with that. They can ask you questions on that. Other things, if they display to you, yes, I am not familiar with this. I have not worked on this before. But go ahead and show me and I'll learn this. Okay? You have to adapt to it. Let's take 5 minutes break and then carry on with more questions.
So I heard such a story.
I gotta run.
I heard such a story that in Texas Instrument there is a team and one guy, everybody knows he cannot work, but he's like an Arab or something, and they will hire him because he's like a Muslim or something. So they give him.
Oh, this is from Matt. Oh, this is from
No.
And that's kind of weird. But when I click next, nothing happened. I cannot scroll up. The page just goes full white. There's no scroll option. Never mind.
I was an F1 visa. I came here in 1999 as a student. Graduated. You are currently on a add up. So, you know that where's your back? If I satisfy you, more than
Right now it's not.
Yeah, this is I think, but then nothing is coming up now.
Yes, I just scroll up like a lot. Keep scrolling. You'll find it just has limits.
just by yourself or you know this person, this patient. So my question is, you have this framework and nobody knows how to use it. He's gonna train you well. And he has done it. Okay. So you have a choice. Either you build it, train it. Blame it on the pen.
Everybody comes to class and say I get the job.
Some blame put it on. The rapport done. Those who are able to do much more than what people do. So keep it going, blame it on. And this guy's not recording. Okay.
Yeah, we are going to
But you tell her that if you give me time, maybe next do all this work. Hey,
I'm thinking about quitting my job so I can go to market.
don't quit the job. Take some days off.
Like how many weeks? 2 weeks.
2 weeks is enough, I think. Hey guys, want you to understand something. There is a lot of jobs out there for automation, and you don't know which one is going to be the best one for you. You don't know that. Now, there's one strategy of desperation of trying to get the job, which I did initially. I wanted to say I know it all. And that was a bad thing to do. I would tell that I know Jira, I know ALM, I know Java, I know this language, that language, and I've done mobile testing, and all of this just sounds like I'm trying to fake it. Okay? Especially one time when I told the recruiter that he asked me, "Have you done any mobile testing?" I said yes. So he asked me a few questions. So what is backward compatibility? And on the spot, I didn't know what that was. Or forward compatibility testing. What is backward compatibility testing? Forward compatibility testing. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't recall that. But what does that say? Did I really work in cell phone testing? I don't. He already knew it. And he's not going to be, recruiters are not going to waste their time telling you, hey, I think you don't have that experience. They're not going to do that. They're just going to say, thank you very much. So my interview was like very brief after that. He didn't ask me any more questions. Okay. And it was it. What did I learn from it? Just don't get frustrated. Don't try to tell them you know everything. Two things bad can happen. One, A is your answers are not going to satisfy them. The interview is going to go south. You're not going to get the job. Two, if you manage to land the job, you're going to get into a framework you have no idea what it is. Do you think you're going to survive? Possible, maybe not, but you're going to go through a whole lot of frustration. You don't want to do that. You're not just looking for a job, you're looking also for the right job, the right fit for you. There's a whole lot of companies out there that are just using JUnit that you're just doing, or TestNG, or BDD Cucumber that I'm going to show you towards my last few classes. And if you can find a job that takes you there with that framework, hey, it's going to be so much easier for you. Wouldn't you want that job? Right? So you don't know which interview is going to have that kind of framework. You don't know that. But what can happen is, instead of going to 5 interviews and trying to land a job, go to 20 interviews, just say what you learn, And if the interviewer finds that this is what I need, because they're not going to tell you that's the framework I have, but if that's the framework they have and your answers are on that framework, guess what? You will be hired for that. So out of that 20 interviews, one that has your that needs your skill, specific skill, and they have that kind of framework, are probably going to hire you, and that will be the best job for you. Okay. So you shouldn't be frustrated about, oh, I went to so many interviews and they need something else, they need that or that. You're not there to fill all the skill levels. Don't do that and don't get frustrated about it. I got the job in the field that I got the training from the center. With few exceptions, BDD and Cucumber wasn't being taught at the time. Nobody knew it. And my supervisor hired me. He said he didn't even tell me it was BDD. I kind of had an idea of what it is, but I didn't want to get into it because I know I'm gonna suck at it. So he said that I didn't tell you because it seemed like I could train you on that. So it wasn't a big deal. But you knew whatever you knew, I thought that it's okay. Good enough for me. So I got that, and that framework happens to be the most elegant framework that I'm going to teach you. Okay. If you can build this framework yourself for any company, that will be the best thing. But most companies don't know, they don't have the skill set. So they have whatever there was another guy who came in and built it for us. So they may migrate you to that framework and say, can you start automating here? That may be the worst thing. But eventually, if you see that there's a whole lot of issues with those frameworks, throw it out. Rebuild. Rebuild with what I'm going to teach you with BDD towards the end. Okay. Anyway, going back to these questions here, how do I deliver the code when it's done? Your code is delivered through a process called version control. Do you have Google Photos in your phone? When you take pictures, do those photos get uploaded automatically and stored in Google Photos? Yes? Can you download those photos? Have you ever shared those photos with your friend? Sending a link. Sometimes two phones connect close by together and they can share. Software, same thing. Software has a Google-like cloud where it's stored. And when you pull it down or when you download it in your local, you code it. When you're done, you send it up there again. Okay. Now there are some fancy terms that I'm going to go over with you on that. So again, nothing happens if you can't finish it within that time. You just have to explain why. If there was an expectation, just explain it. Nobody's going to hold you to it. It's not going to be a loss for the company because you're just QA analyst. Nobody cares about the QA analyst or QA engineers. Developers are on the chopping block. Do we have to finish task within the sprint? If you can, if you took on 2 stories, you wanted to say you could automate 2 test cases, you should, right? If you feel like you need 1 more day, take it, no problem. It can bleed over to the next sprint. But if you feel like, I rather do my nights and maybe a weekend, but at least show them that I'm able to do it, initially, you should. I slept 5 hours my first 3 months of my job. I was getting so sick. I came home studied, and then went to sleep with laptop on my arm sometimes, right? And I wanted to do that because I wanted to catch up and say that I can do this. I wanted to go in that flow, but I was feeling like I'm not in that flow yet. So until you feel comfortable, you struggle. You can work from home. You have something called VPN connection. So, and I told my boss straight in his face that, and he was frustrated. He didn't think that he hired the right person the first 2 weeks. And I told him, look, Mo, um, I know I'm slow on this framework, but I tell you what, I'm going to make up for it by putting extra time. So my work is supposed to end at 4 o'clock. I stayed in my office till 7 o'clock. And I came home and I studied. So I was doing this all the time until like 3 months after I felt like, I got this. Now I don't have to. Okay. So you be the boss to that. Yes. I didn't get any training. And like nobody knew Cucumber and BDD. So who could help me? That's why. But if it was just something else, yes, AP and somebody else could have helped me. But because it was BDD Cucumber, nobody knew, and it's new in the market. There are different branches in GitHub. I'll talk about that, explain it in detail. How do I deal with an unknown or unexpected situation? Always stay calm. Don't talk much. Listen. If you talk much, you're going to release some information that might be worse. Okay? I did a horrible thing last week. They called me in a demo meeting, and I had no idea what this demo was. Not part of my BA. Another BA wanted me there, maybe because I'm getting popular in the company. They're thinking that I'm the automation guy and I've changed the company into something different. Even though my boss is like genius, but he doesn't get noticed much. So this business analyst, she thought that, let's get Stein over because he's the man and we're building this page here. So she put a meeting on my calendar and I had no idea what this is about. I don't know what story the developer is working on, what the demo is going to be working on or be on, or who's going to be in that meeting. I walk in and I see Vice President of Engineering is sitting there and I'm 5 minutes late. So I don't see a good face coming. I see some developers and another executive officer. I don't know who this person is. And then the business analyst, she's there too. She actually pinged me that, hey, we're having a meeting. Where are you? But I came in and I checked my phone and I'm like, yeah, she did ping me. And she asked me, so are you familiar with what's going on here? And I should have stayed calm. Instead, tried to be cocky. I was like, I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what's going on in this training or demo. And do you see a value of me being in here? And Vice President just didn't even look at me and says, yes. And I could understand that that was like I kind of stepped out of my boundary. My response was that, no, but would you please let me know, give me maybe an intro of what's going on? And listen and take notes, okay? And not ask, what's my action here? What's my responsibility? I shouldn't be asking that. I was thinking about this later on, that what if I asked that, okay, so what's my objective here in this meeting? 90% of the stuff that was going on, I wasn't understanding. The demo was going on. But even then, I shouldn't be asking that question. As a QA, my job is to understand what is being developed and find ways to test it. So I should have just taken notes and have them continue. No problem. Go ahead and continue what you're building. I'll take notes and see how we can develop some test cases to test this feature when it's being delivered. That's it, and walk away. So that was a good learning experience. Use that. Less talking is best, and I know I'm going to be following that from now on. I know it didn't hurt my reputation too much because they really need me. And they know the biggest chunk of the automation, I've done it. So I will survive this wind. Or you can have a few negatives, but some positives here. They will kind of balance each other out. Things will be fine again. Okay, so it's okay. What tools are used in the workplace to deliver product? There are. I'll talk about that with some images. How do I use multiple automation tool? Chances are you're just gonna see one type of framework, not like 2-3 different ones. Who would want to have 2 different frameworks? There may be 2-3 different projects under the same type of framework. Okay. However, you may be required to do API testing, and that could be on Postman. And then you're doing UI testing with Java Selenium. That can happen, but they're going to train you for it. If you don't know API testing, tell them you know how it's done, but you don't have experience. It's okay. Who makes decision of releasing the product? QA. It has to go through you. If you don't want to make the call of the bug, whether it is a major bug, then have the project manager make the decision. But without you approving the story that it's done, it's not done. It has to go through you. If you make mistakes, I made a mistake in that meeting. There is no consequence. The thing is that maybe the vice president thought that was kind of amateur thing to say, or maybe he thought that this guy just wants to go into effective meetings. He's too finicky about whether his time is being spent effectively for the company. So maybe it's a good thing. I don't know. How long does it take to adapt to new framework? It took me, I could automate after 3 weeks. So it took me minimum of 3 weeks to understand what was going on. For you, maybe less. But it took me 3 weeks. To each his own, and depends on the complexity. How is the typical work environment and the culture in the IT industry? It's really laid back. You're going to be given a little office or a cube of your own, and people are not going to come and bother you if you're there. They have communication medium called Slack. Have you seen Slack?
Yeah.
It looks like this. These are going to be people, and you can click on it and you type. It's like texting. It's not public. It's secured within their network. See that right here, brainstorming? This could be your team. You named it brainstorming team. You got the 3 BAs right there. One BA, 3 developers, and you. And maybe the project manager also has access. And you're typing right here. Sometimes you can attend the stand-up, or nobody can. They're going to say, hey, stand-up is in the channel. This is the channel. You click here and you write in for stand-up. Yesterday, I automated a test case. Today, I'm working on automating this test case. No blockers. Done. Send. That's your stand-up.
Microsoft Teams is also like that.
Anything. Every company has a communication device just like that. That looks like this.
They can deliver product like as well. The version.
It can notify you here, but this doesn't do anything else other than just communicating. Anything else, nothing else. Okay? All right. So this is your go-to place. You're going to keep that thing open all the time. If your boss asks you something, they're going to be asking you through here. This is going to pop up right here. This is going to become white. If Lane is your supervisor, this Lane letter is going to turn to white, meaning he's saying something. You click on it and read the message. Other than that, every once in a while, they may stop by at your desk. But mostly, it's going to be in here. You may be talking to a developer. You find the name of the developer, click on it, and then type in, hey, is this a bug? You send a screenshot. You're going to be using a lot of this snipping tool. Very, very useful. I use this every day. I'm like, oh, I need to send this screenshot right here. I just take the new, copy this, done. Save, make a copy here, and then minimize, go in here, Control V, paste that image, and then say, hey, is this a bug? All right.
So before making a report, you just ask the developer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How do we carry ourselves in a way that you have 7 years experience? You just you don't have to act, don't overact, okay? But just be very confident. Have that kind of. You don't want to jump around and say things. Just be solemn. Solemn is the word. And if you try to bring in too much, like, oh, I want to, this is going on, and I want to put a statement in there to tell them that I had this many years of experience. Like, oh, 3 years ago when I was in JetBlue, I had a project like this and did that. Don't worry about it. Because if you say less, there's a saying called empty vessels sound much. So if it's empty inside me, I'm going to sound a lot. But if I have a lot, I'm going to sound less. So the smartest people, they talk less, and they will be like, let me just sit back, observe, take notes, 1 or 2 words at the end. But you may have a colleague who's like going on and on and on. Let them. It's okay. They're thinking that, I said everything, and they think that I know all. That's my colleague, Daniel. He's new. Doesn't know jack about stuff. I mean, you guys know better Java than he does. But he's going to talk like as if, oh my God. Anyway, he's American. White American. So now, I mean, and I was getting frustrated because it's like my supervisor just keeps listening and like lighting up, like, wow, he really knows a lot. And I'm like, am I gonna lose fame over this guy? And then I'm like, should I be challenging him and maybe jump on and say I know stuff too? Or just sit back and relax? I'm like, you know what? Let me just sit back and relax and let him be all funny and weird. He's just gonna come out amateur. And honestly, these people don't last too long. They say a lot of things, and then later on, when you give them work, it doesn't come out, which is happening right now. It's been 2 weeks, 0 automation came out, and I told him, I showed him some stuff, and I told him, put as many hours on my calendar as you can. But he hasn't been putting any hours at all. He would Slack me in the channel and tell me this question, that question. And because he did that, he picked up a totally different project and he did some automation work on it. And that was a wrong project. And I told him, you got the wrong one. So his total work got wasted. 1 week of work got wasted. And then he downloaded another one. Anyway, So it's a mess.
I mean, giving him an example, do you think how long can he survive?
He's gonna survive because of his mouth. Yeah, I think with his mouth he's gonna survive. So there are some people with their communication, like Sarah that I have, manual tester, she's going to survive with her mouth and her personality. She would go with everybody. She's with the vice president here and there and like tapping shoulders, and it's really hard to figure out what she knows. It feels like she knows everything. Okay. She was actually doing the release from dev to stage to production. And funny thing is, my supervisor and I, we were both afraid of her. And he was more afraid. And we're becoming very good friends because he has been sitting with me and releasing. Whenever he has stress, he vents with me. So he was like, Stein, grab a cup of coffee, let's get a room. And we'll go in the room and talk for hours. And he was like, why is she doing this? Is this her plan that we fail? Why is she making this so complicated? And why doesn't she trust us? I don't feel like she's our team and so forth. What she did is she took control over the release process. And she thought that Stein got me out already. He's doing manual testing, he's doing automation, and the company's going to find out that I do nothing. So what can I do to show them that I can add value? So she jumped on, and on purpose, she took off the releasing from dev to stage to production. DevOps work, okay? And we were getting threatened because we're like, and she doesn't want to tell us how she does it. So that's not good. And she likes to close things off because she feels like if she teaches anybody, then they're going to learn and then she's going to be obsolete again. Yes.
How to deal in this kind of environment?
So here's what we did. We had a game plan. We're like, Mo told me, Stein, she finds you as a threat. So don't worry about it. But she doesn't find Daniel as a threat. So let's plan it in a way that we're going to ask her to write down the steps that she does for a release process. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, nothing. She never wrote it. Okay. Then next thing is like, okay, let's make her train Daniel because she's going to be on vacation. How are we going to do it then? So we were able to convince her that, hey, you're going to be out on a vacation, so somebody has to release this thing. And so can you train Daniel before you go? And she said, okay. So Mo said, yeah, let Daniel learn from him. And then when Daniel learned, week following Daniel's going to teach you. When Daniel teaches you, you break it down and systemize it for us. So that's what happened. Daniel taught me, and I went in and I dissected. And she was doing this all day long. She was acting like I can't attend meeting because I got to release. I got to do this. She was not doing any manual testing, and we were like working crazy. She's going in talking to this developer, that developer. I'm like, does this take this much noise to do this? We gotta find a system. So when I took it and I saw that it's really not a whole lot, but she was making it a whole lot because that's all she wanted to do, and make it seem like don't give me any more work. So broke it down into steps, simple steps that anybody can do it and still do whatever they are doing. Huh? She
Like organized.
Guess what she did next? She realized that she lost it. And there is another project, Salesforce is coming in our company with another software being developed. And Mo wanted her to kind of spearhead and understand that and explain it to us what that is. She took that project and she left us. She's like, I am too busy with this project. This week, she was in a Salesforce 1 week Dreamforce conference. Somehow she tapped somebody's shoulder to get money funding from the company, and she was in Vegas or something. She's doing all kinds of team building, fun stuff, everything paid. But anyway, so she's amazing. She has this skill of just surviving and getting the best out of everything, and we're like, we can't hold her down.
So the person who spent time, she must be in the company more than 4, 5 years, 6 years, something like that, because she knows
She's
more
been there
about the
8 years.
8 years.
My supervisor, 2 years, me, 1.
Okay.
So
They will take the advantage basically who are like more than 5 years because they know more
Yeah.
about the company.
Yeah. So it's a game you continue playing. There is no consequence if they figure out or you give out hints that you don't have that kind of experience. Why? Because 80% chance your supervisor have the same experience you do, got the job the same way you did. So they're not going to ridicule you. They're not going to try to make you feel small. They're actually going to understand you better. You actually are going to have a connection. You will never say that I don't have experience. Never say that. But I think my supervisor is kind of the same way. But I will never say that I didn't. And he would never say that he didn't. He has 15 years on his resume. Maybe he has 7. Okay? Because that first job, he showed 7 years of fake experience. But then he has been working. Okay? But he probably knows that I'm fake. And I kind of know that maybe his first 7 years was fake. But either way, we both have respect for each other because you know what? We're trying. We're trying. So if you try your best, you show that you're an awesome person. You're there for the sake of the company. You're going to put all your time and effort for the success of the company. They're going to hire you. Okay? Not because somebody else is more technical, but because how you portray yourself in the interview. You have to understand what their struggle is. You have to ask questions. Look up on the YouTube and they're going to give you some interview questions that you can ask. There are a lot of tutorials there, so watch those. Ask the questions. Find out. Dig deeper. Don't let them ask you questions all the time. You need to ask them their questions, their issues. Once you know their issue, and they will tell you, hey, we got a framework. We don't have much test cases. Nobody knows this. We don't have a system of writing test cases. Everything is everywhere, so people have it in their head. They might give you some info. You take that and you say, that's why I want this job. It's because I want to iron things up. I don't want to go in a very smooth place because then I'm not going to be learning. See these things? What you're saying? You're taking their pitfalls and making it a perfect situation for you, which technically not. You'd rather go in and drink some coffee, and not be battling through these issues, but you want that job. Okay? You want it. So what are you going to say? You're going to say that that's what I want. I want that challenge. And guess what? When you say that, you're hired. They can't think of anybody else but you, the right person. I didn't get the job because of my expertise in automation, but I was diving for these kinds of things. I have repeated myself that this is what I want. I want this struggle, maybe like 10 times in the 3.5-hour interview with various different teams. 3.5 hours. Each team 1 hour. The culture is very nice there. You're gonna have a lot of fun. Okay, people are very friendly. Developers are very goofy. They think they're bookish. All right, they're geeky. Okay, and they want to be funny in some ways. They want to be silly and funny. Okay, So all fun stuff. They're like kids. And in some ways, their minds are like kids. They've been probably playing video games when they grew up. Maybe play that now. All right? So you're going to find a lot of that. I think it's fun. Good friends. Let's take you to what I had in mind today. And that's a lot of stuff here. I'll give you some breaks and give you some activities to do as well. Today, if I can, I will tie in everything that you have and show you the entire process if possible. So for that, first thing, I want to start with this image of collaboration. It's very important to collaborate in your teams with automation. Why? Because code has to be shared and worked on by multiple people and from anywhere around the world. It cannot be in your local computer alone. What if they hire somebody from India? It has to be, your project has to be in a way that a person in India can be working with you seamlessly without any issues of distance. Distance cannot be an issue. Make sense? You could be working from home. I work from home on Wednesdays. My boss gave me that privilege because I work hard. He saw that. And he's promising me that I'll give you 2 days. Take Wednesday and Friday. But go slow because then Daniel is going to ask for it too. So he knows he doesn't want to give it to anybody else. But he's like, every once in a month, just put in a Friday here and there. Don't do it like on a regular basis yet. He's doing favor for me. You can do work from home. You can do work from anywhere around the world with this features that they have set up or system set up everywhere for any company. So, but they don't want you to work from home because they don't know what you're doing. Whether you're goofing off, whether you're really working. Sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I am. Okay? It depends. Sometimes I'm just playing with my kid. But hey, you get your work done, you're done. Okay? So you're going to have a code base in something called GitHub. Right? Or this could be Bitbucket is another. Doesn't matter where. Something like Google Drive or Google Photos, there'll be a website that's going to be a storage for that project. And I mean, project is the project that you just built. Let it start. I'll show you in a second. Okay. Now, first thing when you go work for a company, they're going to ask you to download that project into your computer. And this is your computer. They give you a laptop. They don't say download. The word in here is called clone. But it's the same thing. Okay? They're going to ask you to clone the project. And I'm going to show you today how to clone it. Once you have cloned the project, you're going to work on that project. Okay? Now, there's something about this. A tree has branches, right? It's kind of like this. And then you got a branch going like this. A branch going like that. A branch going like this. And then maybe a branch like that. The code has branches. This code that's in GitHub that your boss is going to ask you to clone is called master branch. Meaning it's the main one. So it's this main branch. Now, he's not going to want you to change this master branch because it's too important and you might mess up. Even though you're going to clone it, meaning you're copying exactly same thing, that master branch in your, this is called local. Whenever I say local, means your computer. Okay. Whenever opposite of local is origin. And that's way up there. That's the origin. So when you clone the master branch in your local, you are going to using a special language called GIT, which also I'm going to show you today. With this language, you can break this master, make a copy of this master, and create a new branch, kind of like this. And you gave it a new name of that branch. All right, more on that coming. Now, when you're done with this, you need that code back up here. Okay. What you do is you have that new branch, NB, you send it up there. This is called push. You're going to push your code. And that branch is going to be sitting right next to the master branch. Meaning your project. Okay. So your new branch is that new project that you changed it. You maybe added one test case extra. Guess which branch is now more popular? Your branch. Your branch has not just the master code, but you also have one extra test case or the changes you made. So this is a better code than that, more valuable than that. But now that you have it up there, you want your boss to adapt, take that extra test case and bring it to the master. For you to do that, you're going to request him to copy this into master. They don't call it copy, they call the word merge, M-E-R-G-E. Okay, you are requesting your boss to merge your branch to this master branch. The whole process of you requesting is called pull request. I'll give you notes on this. In short, PR. The way it's used in English, you're gonna say, I raised a PR. When you say, I raised a PR, that means there is a request. You have completed the work. Your code is sitting on a branch. You have requested your boss to review your code and merge it into the master. Merging, automatically, your computer will look at the differences between master branch and the new branch. And whatever the difference is going to get added to that. I have definitions. I'll go over that in a second. Okay. So, any question about this kind of process so far?
So other than master branch, whatever we have a branch in, so it will be opened by us.
Yes.
Right.
Correct. You're going to create the branch.
Create a branch.
Yes, and the branch name too.
Okay.
When you push your branch, it's going to create automatically a new, that exact same one that you had here, it will be created in the origin. Let me kind of encompass this whole thing. Now that you have code in GitHub, your boss will also, probably your company, have something called Jenkins. This is another software, another tool that will take the code from here. You have to do some configuration with Jenkins. It will pull the code and it will test the website for you without any browser. Meaning, wherever this Jenkins tool is installed, I will show you how to install it in your local computer, and we're going to run it. In your company, they're going to install this in their server. Jenkins is capable of running your 300 test cases and test the website page by page without even having to open the browser at all.
So where it runs for cloud, basically on which browser it will run?
It's not going to open any browser. It's like it's going to work in the back end. It's going to go in there, go to the URL itself. I don't know how it does it. It's magic. Okay. Why is that beautiful? Because if that server continues to open Google Chrome and then close down, every time each test case is going to open the Chrome and close it down, open the Chrome and close it down, it takes up a lot of processing power of that computer. And that server may not be able to handle some other work, or those browsers can mess up some things in between. So Jenkins came in as a rescue. This is also completely free to install, free to download. It will pull your code entire project in here with some configurations. It will run it for you even automatically. You can set timing. Our company has 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Jenkins is going to take the latest code. It's going to take it every time, because you know what? Every time I'm adding something, that new code is being pulled by Jenkins and running it for me and giving the report ready for me before 8 o'clock I go to my office. I already have which test cases passed, which failed. This is the entire process of QA. And that's all you need to know. You need to know the project that you're going to clone and how to automate. You need to know that there's Jenkins there and what Jenkins do. Why is Jenkins needed? How it's running it. Mm-hmm.
So what about when different browsers come to picture, just like the template? So are we going to work what's the template on?
Depends. I don't know. If that's how they set it up, then that's how it's going to work. We don't have Selenium Grid. What we have is, in our code, we have something called multi-threading. So in the project, the threading is built in a way that show you, maybe it will. While that's loading, code is designed in a way that multiple pages test will launch simultaneously. That means see how many test files I have here, test classes. Right now, it's going to run one test case. When it's finished, then it's going to open up the browser again for this one. Only when that finishes, then it opens up another one. With multi-threading, you could design it in a way that these three will run at the same time. So 3 browsers will open up.
Same browser for different.
Your choice. If you want to make it complicated, you want to do different browsers. But you want to do same browsers, that way compatibility issues and stuff. Did that clear up somewhat?
So, are we going to cover the Linux grid also? Or companies basically they use or not? Just like you mentioned, BDD is now they are using. So it's like Selenium grid also the company or they are not using.
I'm not going to teach you Selenium Grid. We don't have time. I have so much materials that I need to cover with you. Where I won't be able to teach other things, other important things that I want to, but not enough time.
Yeah, so is it important to that we have to cover it on our own? Does it important the company can
It's not important that you have to know it. It's not. But if you want to, you can. That's not going to be a deterrent from you not getting a job. Okay? So just kind of brush up right here. I don't want any more confusion on these tools. Jira is for project management, your workload, your backlog, team board stories, tickets, and stuff. Jenkins, a cloud code run with headless browser. Headless browser is meaning browser is not going to open up. Okay? So without opening the browser, Jenkins is capable of running all your test cases. And it's a very beautiful collaborative report tool because it's going to provide report in a way that everybody can access that report. You're just going to send the URL of that report and to whoever you want to. Or if you click on the report, it's going to take you to a Jenkins URL. And it's going to be stored. Jenkins will store that report however long you want to. Sometimes you want to store for a week or more. It does take up some memory space. So yeah. Yes. Everything can be configured. If they ever ask you in the interview, can you configure this or can you run only a certain % of your automation test cases, or does everything have to be run all at once? And let's say you don't know the answer. Your answer should never be no, it cannot. It always should be, if you don't know the answer, you should be, I'm sure it's capable of, but I just don't know how it's done, if you want to say it that way. Okay. Because these softwares, they have gone through, when they build it, they have gone through all possibilities. And they have hashed out all problems. They have fixed all ways to do things. And this can be adapted for any company in any way they want. Okay? So there is never a no answer. Everything can be done with Java and these softwares that are there. If you don't know it, just tell them that I'm not familiar how to configure it to do it that way, but these days, the way technology are, I'm sure it can be done. You want to be positive. 2 things. One is you're saying that you are a very optimistic person. And open-minded, you're maybe ready to explore it. But if you say, I don't think that can be possible, it might portray as coming out as a negative person. You know? So you don't want to say anything negative. Just want to clear up on this. I'll give you this in the notes. Clone is copy of the master code into your local for the first time only. Only for the first time. But what if somebody else wrote the code and changed the master? Now, the cloned master that you have is not the same as the one in the origin.
Update.
Right?
You can update the master.
You need to do something. Let me just go back up here. So here, somebody wrote a code in India and he pushed it up in the origin. I just wrote Bitbucket. Could be GitHub, Bitbucket, whatever. And you have a master copied that is a previous code. Now this guy wrote this code, this got changed. The master branch here got changed. You need that latest branch, latest code. First time when you copied it, we called it clone. Yes? Second and forward, you don't need to clone it. What you call is pull. You're going to pull the master. If you pull or use this word pull in the Git language I'm going to show you, it's going to take that latest, all of that, and bring it down here for you in your computer. Okay? Once you have that latest one, you create a new branch again. You make a copy of that, create a new branch, you do your work right here. You're done with the code. What are you going to do? Push. Push your code. Push the code, and the code is now here. It's sitting there doing nothing. You can leave it up there. Come back tomorrow, do a little more coding here, do again, hit push again. That new extra code you wrote, gonna go back up here. When you pushed your code into the origin, anybody can see it. Or another way, your work is saved. If your computer burns down, this code is up there. But if you didn't push your code and computer burns down, you lost the code. Now you've been pushing. Every day you come in, you keep pushing. You got new code. You pull right here, master, because you don't know who else added stuff. So first thing, you pull the code, merge it with your branch, do your work, push. Come back next day. Pull the master, merge it with your branch, do your work, and you're done this time. Your final push. Now you have this work and you're done. Now you're going to create a pull request or PR. You raise a PR. That means only after you raise a PR, your boss will see this PR. That's going to tell him, review this code. Your boss will be able to see the differences on the code. If they like it, they're going to approve and they're going to merge it. Okay? So Bitbucket is that Google Drive. It's like a website. That website is going to store your code, like GitHub.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Yes. In the morning you come to your work
Mhm.
and pull everything from the master.
Mhm.
Do your work and push everything
Mhm.
to Bitbucket.
Yeah.
Can we ask to do a raise PR once a week? Not every day, but once a week.
There's a problem to that. If you raise a PR once a week with all your work, that might be so much for somebody to review. But if you raise your PR with one test case at a time, then a person can see, oh, this code relates to this test case only, and it's going to be easy for them to understand and accept it.
So once a day, in the end of the day.
Your choice. Your choice. Yes. All right, guys, couple more things. Hold on. Hold on. Here's a, you need to know this too. When you have your master local and you have merged, you have created a new branch, In our computer, we have save button to save our work. In coding, we don't have a save button. It's done in a process. It's a two-step process. One is called add, meaning all the changes you have done, it will, if you say add, it's going to take it to a staging environment. You have to add it first. You must do that. Second step, and it's designed with one thing in mind. They don't want you to save it unless you're super sure. That's why it's like two-step. Yeah. When you add, it's going to display what you changed. It's actually giving you a warning. Look at this. Have you changed these things in here? Why is that needed? Why is that important? What if accidentally you opened up a page and remember you saw how finicky this Java is? What if you accidentally pressed a button somewhere? You put in the letter M. Guess what? The whole thing failed. You messed up the whole code. It's going to be a major disaster for the company. So this adding and putting it in the staging environment, it's going to tell you exactly which class files you touched and what you changed in there. It's another eyeballing for you. Did I really touch that page? If that's the page you didn't touch, go back and go see, revert that part. I'll show you how to do that too later. But you're looking at, oh yeah, I worked on these 4 classes. Fine. Now you get to save it, and instead of the word saving, it's called commit. Commit is a little more powerful word than save. Committing is like you're 100% committed with this now. So that's the word going to be used from now on, is commit. Each time you commit, computer is going to generate a very unique number or letter, characters, and it's going to be logged. All that logging and all that changes can be handled by something called GIT. And we're going to be using this GIT using a tool called Git Bash that I'm going to have you download shortly. Okay? Git Bash is the tool that uses the language Git to control all these things that are happening. It will give you the power to go back in time. If you, let's say, here's your code, today you did this much, and you made a commit. You got a unique lettering. This is going to be logged by Git. You won't see it. Invisible code somewhere in the background. Tomorrow you came in, wrote more few lines, and you did another commit. And it gave you a commit message with a unique identifier. What you realize that what you wrote is failing everything. You don't want that. You can revert back to this point, knowing these unique numbers. Instead of deleting everything and doing all over again like my colleague, Daniel. I could have saved his work, but I was like, you know what, nah. Learn. Nothing is wasted. You can actually go back in time and go back. And these individual times are called versions. Every time you have a master code, it has a version. It doesn't have a 2.0 version number like that. But that point in time, it's a different, it's a code that is different from today's code. Does that make sense? Yesterday's code was different from today. How are we going to identify them? They're called versions. They have different versions. Your local computer, your branch is now a different version. And Git is a version control tool. It controls those versions, stores it, and it will let you go back to it to a certain point. Interview question. Any question about version control? What that is? I didn't know this when I got the job.
So whenever we are pulling in the code, suppose like if you're coming on the internet, you're pulling it from the master to a local and there is some new things that come up. How will come to know this are added new? Or is it there any way they come to know these things are added or added more?
Yeah. Let me tie that with something called merge conflict. This is going to be the toughest question that they're going to ask you is what is merge conflict? Or they might say, how do you handle conflict? Big word and not one answer. One simple answer to answer that is not possible. You have to take your time. If you get this question about merge conflict, you can either make it or break it. If you answer this question right, you are gonna get the job. And if you don't, then most likely you're also not gonna get the job. Okay? So, and you need to take your time in answering this question. What happens is, let's say you've been in your computer and you did your code right here, and this guy from India, he happens to work on the same page, same class file, and he pushed his code already. It got merged. You came in today, you pulled master, and you pulled the master. From master, you merged the code in here. Every day it was fine. Today, when you hit the merge command, it's throwing something called merge conflict. It's going to say merge conflict. The word merge conflict. Now, nothing to panic, okay? All it's saying, computer found that two people worked on this page. When he tried to merge his methods and your methods, he's confused. Should I keep all of them? Should I delete some of them? Or should I put this one before this one? Or should I put his one down here? Not sure. That's all that is to it. Okay? What are you gonna do? Now that you have the merge conflict in your local, obviously you have to fix that. Right? You have to fix that. But you need to know what his stuff is. You're gonna be placed with window like this. Let me use a different. Software, whichever tool you use, is going to open up three windows. One, your code. Oops, not good at this. That's not that. Undo. Don't save. Here's your changes. There's going to be what you want to get merged. And here's your colleagues' changes. Okay. So in here, here's methods you wrote. Here's methods he wrote. And you will see a whole bunch of things in here. His stuff, your stuff. Okay? And there's that merge conflict that you have to resolve. You're going to have either an arrow here or an X mark. Both of these like this. Arrow, X. Or your stuff, arrow, and X. If you click on arrow, you are bringing his method, keeping it here. If you say, no, I don't want this method here because I already have one, it's exactly the same thing. Then you just click on X and this method from here will go away. Okay. So in a nutshell, you don't have to explain this to your interview, but you understand that now you have to look at your page methods and his methods and maybe decide to bring everything. That, okay, I'm going to take all of this in here. Or you could decide, maybe just his method is better than mine. I'll just cross off this one. This will become duplicate methods. So you resolve that. You may have to talk to that person. If this person is in your office, you may have to bring him in. Hey, do you have a minute? I just wanted to check with you on this merge conflict before I submit it or fix it. In that case, basically, the way we handle it, we tell them to work on certain pages, and we don't work on that. But you're gonna have to set up a meeting now. Sometimes they work nights. Nights meaning evenings. Like I'm dealing with an offshore right now. They end their work at 10 o'clock our time morning. They're at 10 o'clock at night time. So I get 8 to 10 o'clock. I can have meetings with them, and I meet with them. I never had a merge conflict with them yet, but if it happens, I can deal with that.
So we can in an interview, we can say that in that situation, we can have a meeting with whoever is overseas.
Yeah.
And then we can take in our side.
Yes. So if they ask you, how do you handle a merge conflict? You're going to say that, first of all, I look at the code. I look at what's being merged and why the conflict. And you can say, typically, it's either one class or two classes. Not a whole lot. So once I look at the code and look at the changes, if I am capable enough, if I know what this other person was working on, that came into the same class I was working on, then I don't need anybody's assistance. I can kind of decide myself which methods I wanted in here, what I need to delete or clean up. If there's duplicate, I take it out. Make sense? If methods extra needed, I just merge them in. That's all there is to it. Or if I see that I need to modify, there are two methods. I have one, he has one, but both can be modified into one, then I just write up a modified combined method within that center line right here. You can instantly start typing right there and do that too. But if something I don't understand, if there are some methods, then I reach out. Don't say call and stuff like that, just say reach out in general. How you do it, it's up to you. I reach out to that same QA person or my colleague and I ask them. And there has been times, just say it, there has been times that we have to sit together and figure this out. Okay? That's it. Question?
Very often on the interview they ask, What challenges did you meet in your previous job? Can you explain the situation, like a merge conflict?
Merge conflict would be one. Yeah.
And we solve it this way, right? Like you explained.
Yeah. A lot more on that. If I start doing it, I'll miss it. This is what I have here. But Adnan will give you more on the challenges and things like that. But that is one. Merge conflict could be, you don't want to overemphasize it, okay? You don't want to make it sound like, oh, this is such a painful thing to do. It's always fun. Everything you do is fun, okay? Your automation challenges, I will tell you what you need to say is timing, the wait time, figuring out the wait situation, okay? Anyway. Let's do this, okay? Let's see how this Git works. So here's your Git bash download instruction. Go ahead and take a few minutes. When you have done with this, then
Download GitHub account, right?
GitHub is not the same as Git bash. Totally different thing. Everybody must download Git bash. Git.
No, we don't have
We
it.
just have 18 years old.
Yeah, but we couldn't do it at that time.
All right. Here's how you can check whether you have Git bash. You just type in Git bash, and if you see anything like this show up, then you have Git bash. If you don't, then you need to download this, and let's take a few minutes. Here's the instructions right here. By the way, I think if you go to my automation lessons, there may be a link to download that right here. Actually use that. There's a live link to download, and there's the instruction right there.
Is there any way to check the version also? Because I already have it.
If you have it, don't worry about it.
So there is nothing.
If you want the latest one, you can download the latest one. This will take you to the latest. I don't know.
School and everything. But not Git bash. Download GitHub.
Yes, follow that.
That is. Yes, I can. But I can do that. This I told him anything. I think everything.
GitHub stores your code online. Git bash gives you Git language in your computer. Okay. Git bash gives you version control power.
And what about here?
Clicking next, don't change anything. That should show up in an icon like this. This is Git Bash. It's a command prompt, basically, with the version control option, and symbol looks like kind of like this. So if you don't have it, that's how the symbol looks like.
Start in the folder.
Hmm?
When you start in the folder.
Just keep it standard. Yeah. Don't change anything. Look at the steps, guys. 5 steps in download. Read that. Don't tell you how to download that.
We already know that we don't have to.
Yeah, you don't have to. You have it.
I'm done and
That's it.
they close it off.
You can close it out and wait.
So don't change anything.
Any setup, no change. The default.
Style.
Yes, sir.
If I click the link, that's showing one page that is Git distributed is the new centralized. Is it Git Bash?
Okay, if I click on this link, then it says click download button on the monitor image.
Mm-hmm.
So have
And
you?
on the top, there is a sign is different. What we showed right now, the Git
Like-
distributed is the new centralized. Is it same thing that I'm asking?
Same thing.
Oh, same thing. Okay.
Same
That I'm
thing.
asking.
Yeah, just
Okay.
if you download from here, download this version,
Windows.
it will do it for
There's
you. Yours, you have to do Mac, and this is your link right here, Mac operating system. So a bit different.
We have to actually open the download.
Okay. Okay. Make sure you show me. I want to see how the window looks like. It's like this for Windows. So down meaning? Oh, instructions. Where is it now? Go back. You wanted to see this? You will have it on session 6. Auto take notes. Session 6. How many of you downloaded Git Bash already? Almost all? Okay. What about you? Okay. Online? Can you give me a shout out if you have downloaded Git Bash successfully?
Yes.
Almost
Yes,
done.
Okay.
I done it earlier.
Awesome. Anybody needs help? All right. Pretty good.
So that helps me if I have to.
If you see this window
Yeah.
with this icon,
Yeah.
you have it. Let's take a few more minutes for 1 or 2 students, and then we'll carry on from there. Rest of you, you also have an account on GitHub. So go there. And log in.
We can use the account over there before.
Not, they're gonna give you a new one.
Yeah, Stein. When I download and install, the page is open that is Git for Windows versus 2.24.02 release notes. There's an introduction at the big page over there. Is it supposed to go there?
Once you clicked on that exe file, correct? That downloaded, you get a window open up with a lot of things, right? Just
Yeah.
click on accept, click on next, and all the way to finish. Let me make it the presenter. What is your name?
Okay, sure. Kamal, A.K. Muddin.
Okay, let's share your screen. Okay.
Yep. So I got here, just a sec.
Can you do me a favor?
Yep, please.
Open your File Explorer. File Explorer is that file icon on your taskbar.
Oh, is this one?
Looks like you already have it.
Hey, Stein, that's just a different version. We don't need that one to do anything. That's give all the new version above and etc. That's a long page.
Which one? I'm not understanding.
The one Kamal is asking that give us a big page with the different release version and different bug version, so many things. That's just nothing. I also got the same page. I close it and my is running good.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That give you the different version and that has a bug this year, this date.
I got first this page when I downloaded, then I put it all next, and next. Does it work? And then I get that page.
Yeah, that page will come at the last when you finish, and that says only the different version, and it has a bug on this year, this time, that all detail.
Okay. Can you cancel this one out?
Okay.
Yeah.
Exit
Click
now.
yes. Click yes.
Okay.
Right click on this window.
Anywhere?
Anywhere in the open space. Right click. Not there. Yeah, right there. See that where it says Git Bash?
Git Bash here.
You already have it, so you're good to go.
Okay.
Just stand by for my next instruction. Anybody else need more time? Good? Okay.
Oh, yet. I got it. AKM Kamal, yeah? I got that.
No, I'm not using that now. I have it at home, but I'm not using it because for there I have to use more mind. Instead of better, I will use less mind here.
Okay.
The terminal. It's the terminal.
Yeah, it's a terminal.
Yeah.
Now you guys
I use a little bit.
follow along. Okay.
Sure.
I would like to walk somebody through this. Okay. You want me to walk you through it? All right. Are you logged into the meeting?
No, I'm not.
Okay, then next time. Let me take somebody online. Yeah. Kamal, are you okay if I walk you through this? Anybody else online? Robin?
Yeah, I'm sure. Oh no, I'm okay. I'm sorry. It was muted. I
Okay,
thought
come
it would
on.
be.
I'm going to make
Yep.
it the presenter and walk you through the entire thing while everybody else watch you and do this.
Okay.
So go to GitHub and log in. And you all do exactly same thing. Type in on the URL GitHub.
What is my password? Oh no. Should I forget my password?
No?
Okay, let's see.
Go ahead and retrieve password then.
Yep, I'll do that. I did that already.
You all are on github.com right now? Logged in? Okay. What he's going to do next is he's going to create a repository. Here's our game plan. We're going to create a repository. We have a project already, the TestNG project that we worked on. You are able to copy the code and run it, make sure it works. So we have it. It's good to go. We're going to push the code initially as a master code to this repository in GitHub. It's going to stay there. You are going to create a separate branch, which I'm going to show you using that GitHub window, the black screen. Few things that you have to type and it does it for you. And then you're going to add some lines of code extra. Okay. If you get more, better. Take time to move. Once you've done adding, you're going to add the changes and you're going to commit the changes and you're going to push that new branch into the origin, which is GitHub. So in GitHub, we're going to have now one repository that you created, but with two branches. One is going to be master, one is going to be you just worked on. You are going to create a pull request to that master, your own code. Okay? And then we're going to look at the differences in the code. And I'll show you how the reviewer looks at the code side by side and figures out if there's a merge conflict or something like that. And you're going to approve it. And that will give you an idea of the entire flow. Going forward, if you want to play around with it, that's up to you. You are going to, you can keep adding pages, keep adding more automated tests, and keep pushing and merging to your master and increase that project base. And that project is there for you. You can clone it anytime, anywhere, give it to anybody. So that's what we're going to do. Going forward, also, our code is going to get so complex, you won't be able to copy it. Next week, Saturday, I'm going to give you page object model framework. And I'm going to build it in front of you. And
Okay.
that is something you can't copy. There's going to be so many pages. And even if you copy and try to resolve all those issues, it's an impossible task. So I'm going to build a project and I'm going to upload the project, and I'm going to ask you to clone the project. And then you'll
Okay.
have, okay. And then you can continue working on it, but I'm not going to make you build a project, okay? Because it's going to be such a huge code base. Okay? Are you in?
Yep. In.
Okay. So, you see this says start a project?
Mm-hmm.
Click on that, or create a repository on the top left corner. Either way, it does the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, create a repository. Okay. Just make another one. It doesn't hurt to have 1,000 repositories in there. Everybody stay on
So
the
make
same
another.
page, and I'll slow down if needed. On that little box that says repository name, give it the name techfiles-testng, all lowercase.
All lowercase.
techfiles-testng,
Like this.
all lowercase. Keep it all
Or
lowercase.
all lowercase.
Probably doesn't matter, but just like to keep it simple. Description is optional. You want to keep it public. Scroll down, please. If you want to make it private, you have to pay GitHub to get an account.
Okay.
And the checkbox that says initialize this repository with the README, this is only for if you wanted somebody, when they want to clone this project, they wanted to get some instruction on it. Not needed. Nothing is needed. You just say create repository right now. Click on create repository. Now this is nothing but a storage spot. Scroll down, please. Yeah. And it has nothing in it. That's why it's giving you these instructions. See what it says. Create a new repository on the command line, right? Look at these commands.
Mm-hmm.
They already told you the commands you're gonna need. If you do these commands, you can push your code right here. It will do it for you. We're gonna do just that right now, okay? So keeping this page open, now let's go find where your project is. Do you know where your project was saved? Your Eclipse workspace?
Mm-hmm.
Here's how you
Okay.
here's how you can tell. Open your Eclipse. Yeah, open Eclipse and show me the testng project that we worked on yesterday. Yeah, also explore. Open that file explorer. Maybe we can find it there. Yeah, open it up. Go to the main, go to the root directory, this PC. Click on that. Click on it. Maximize the screen for me, please. Okay. Expand the C drive. Click on the C drive. Down in the bottom right side. Bottom center, yeah. Double click. What is this? Scroll down.
This.
Okay. Go to users, or is it summer 2019? I don't know.
I think.
Go to users. Let me try something. Typically, it's users. And go to your name up there, AKM. And Eclipse workspace.
Not this one. I think
No.
maybe this one.
Okay, open Eclipse, please.
No.
It should be open now. Can you open Eclipse?
Yep. Just a second.
Okay. Which one is your good project? I see. Well, the TestNG one is the TestNG, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Were you able to run it yesterday and works?
Yeah, it works. Yep.
Okay, good deal. Right click on the project name. Right click. Go to properties. You all do the same thing. Okay. I'm going very slow with him, so you should not be slow. You should be like done already. I'm waiting. All right. See that path? Look at that path right there. Users.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah. AKM, then summer 2019, and then TechFast TestNG. So you have to follow this path right here. So
Yeah.
open the file explorer now. You can. It could click over there. Click on that.
Mm-hmm.
It took you there, yeah.
Oh, click over there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Try that. Click on that file icon. Uh-huh.
Yep.
There you go.
This one.
Yeah. Now hold on right there.
Okay.
That's the project that we want in GitHub. Understand? Y'all have it in front of you right now? Okay. Do one more click to go inside that project. Not a single click, but double click. You should be seeing this right now. Okay? Now, right click in the empty space. Okay? Do you see one of the options that says git bash here? Click on that one. What happened is now it opened up git bash with that location.
Location. Yep.
Right? In it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this saves you from going back and forth using your command line language. Remember that cd ... and then cd which folder you want to go to, or dir. Go ahead and type in dir here. That's going to display all lowercase. Enter. Do you see those files that are there? It kind of printed out for you. You can also type
driver.
in, you can also type in ls, which was your Linux command. It's going to list all the files that are there. Type in ls, hit enter. With a different color, it told you there's this driver folder there, there's a POM file, source, target, whatever, whatnot. The git bash does same thing a command line, a PowerShell will, but it has more capability of versioning things for you. Yeah. Okay. The first command you want to do here is called, you have to type in git init. So type in GIT, git space init, INIT. Careful before you hit enter. Okay? What you're doing is you're initializing this folder to use Git language to control your versions of code in that folder. Understand? You do it only once. Now hit enter.
Oh.
Hit enter. It initialized empty Git repository for you. Okay. Now,
Mm-hmm.
you have never really saved your code. Okay. I want you to type in Git status to see what's going on. Also, pay attention. Notice this master right here.
Mm-hmm.
It has took your code as the master code already. Type in Git status, GIT space status. Spelling matters.
Mm-hmm.
Now hit enter. Let's see what it says. It's telling you that there are these files that has not been saved yet. We are on master branch. Your code is the master branch. No commits were made. And anything in red means they are there, but it has not been saved. Okay? So what you first have to do is you have to save this. How many things we have to do when we save? Add and commit. So you have to type in git add space dot. So git space add space and put a dot. If you put that space dot, it's gonna take everything. That's what that dot represents, is everything. Okay. You can also specifically add these two files and not these files if you didn't want to. Okay. You have to specify git add and the name.
Name means class path project, that is.
Now hit enter. Press enter. Okay. Now, just to see what happened, type in git status again. Git space status.
Hit enter.
Hmm?
Hit enter.
Yes, please. Notice those files that were changed in red, now they're all in green. That means they're ready to be committed. Green means they're in the staging area, ready for commit. Okay. Why do they call it staging? It's kind of like you do your rehearsal, your practice, those are in red. But
Yep.
now you are ready for the stage for demonstration. That's where that staging concept comes in. So these files are ready for stage and they can do their performance if you commit it. Okay. So go ahead and type in git space commit, COMMIT. Don't hit enter yet. After the word commit, put a space, type in dash, type in AM. A stands for all, M stands for you're about to give them a message. Put another space, another space, and a quotation mark, double quotation mark. Now type something. Typically, first commit, people just write first commit, but you could write test ng project complete. A little more specific. Type in test ng project complete.
Is there any capital or small letter or anything?
Yeah, no
All
case
cap
sensitivity
also.
also. It's not case sensitive.
Okay.
So you write the way you write.
Test NG.
Project complete. Okay, close the quotation and now hit enter. All right. For the first time, it's going to ask you to provide your credentials like this. It needs your
Please tell me
username
where.
and your name. It doesn't have any connection whatsoever to anything.
Yeah, we have different display.
It didn't ask you for anything? What did it say?
Create more.
44 file stream.
How?
You also do the file, right?
Yours worked, so you're committed. Somehow it probably picked up your name and email from someone, but his commit didn't work.
We are one is to
Yes. So Git is asking for your username and email and password. So what you need to do is type exactly from here to here, and then without the quotation, you type in your email. Same thing, you do this, and then you hit enter. Okay, can you do that first? Anybody else
So
in
email.
class see this? You see this? Okay, yeah, go ahead and do that. So type in git config. Come on,
Sorry?
delete that.
Or did that?
Type git config dash dash global.
Git
Exactly.
config is.
Right here, see this? Oh, he can't see my,
Yeah. I cannot say.
yeah, you can't see my writing on it. But a few lines up, do you see right after where it says run?
Or git config global
Yes,
user.
yes. Copy
Yep.
type in exactly all of that, except the last part.
Okay.
Y'all type in git status to see what it says now. Config space dash dash global user dot email. This, you only have to do it once.
So it needs to connect.
It's not going to connect to anything, but it just wants that info. If it wants to communicate with you in certain way.
For example, mail is mail, right?
Yeah, now space,
Then I put my
put a space.
email
Now you put your email address and then hit enter.
and in the quotation, double quotation.
No, no quotation needed.
Okay.
And you don't have to worry about which email, or is he going to do anything to that email? Nothing. Unless you configure it to do anything. Enter. Now, could you please do the same thing with the next line where it's going to ask you for your name? So git
Your name,
config,
okay.
type in git config dash dash global user dot name and then space, type in your name. First name is fine. Dot name space comma. No quotation needed.
Or don't or no quotation. Yep. Okay.
Now enter. Press enter. You don't have to click on it.
Okay.
All right. Now, here's another thing you can do. You all have an up arrow down arrow, left, right. Press the up arrow, come on, and you will see the commands you wrote before will show up. No,
Is
no, no,
that?
no, 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 yours is not doing that. I think you're moving the slider, but do you have arrows on your keyboard?
Oh, arrow. Okay, okay. Yep.
See how those commands are coming down here?
Okay, okay.
Hit the up arrow, stop right here. Now hit the down arrow. Okay, stop right here. You just brought a prior used command line into the latest command. Now press enter.
The test NG project complete that in that area?
Yes. Okay. Everybody on the same page? Come on, type git status. Enter. Okay. If you are done, then when you do git status, it's going to say on branch master, nothing to commit, working tree, clean. Okay? You're good to go. Now, what we're going to do, two things. One, we're going to set a highway from this file to GitHub. Second thing we're going to do, once we develop the highway, we're going to drive the car from your computer to the GitHub and take that project there and drop it off. Okay? So the command that you need to set the highway, type in git space remote, R-E-M-O-T-E. Remote means far away. Space add space origin space. Now go back to that GitHub account. Go back to the GitHub window in your Chrome. Go back to your repository. Your GitHub repository on Google Chrome.
Or Google Chrome. Yep.
Now double check that did you write this correctly? See that where it says git remote add origin? Notice I'm just following their steps right here. No different.
Git remote at origin. Okay. Yep.
Okay. We're gonna need that URL.
This URL?
Project storage location. So can you scroll up for me? Scroll up, please. Okay, stop right there. Too much. Scroll up, scroll down. All right. Do you see URL in the center of your screen?
Right here.
Yes.
Right here.
Copy this URL by clicking on it, or you can click on this icon right here, an icon on the right, whichever.
Okay.
Be aware that you can do Control C to copy this, but you cannot do Control V on Git Bash window. Okay? So just copy this and let me know when you're done copying.
Copy with the,
Yeah,
I can say Control C.
Control C is fine. You can do that. Now go back
Okay.
to the Git bash window. Mm-hmm. Yes. Now,
Press Control V.
yes, now bring your cursor right on top of that spot. Yes, where is blinking cursor? Now right click here. Right click on your mouse. And then choose
Paste it.
paste. All right. You all with me so far? Now hit enter. You have just created a highway remote origin. That's the origin address. And you added that address to your local repository. You're done there. Now you're ready to push your project there. So to do that, type in git space push space. Now, if you just said git push and this much, git push origin master, it will push it there too. Except you would have to say git push origin master every time. But if you put this -u origin master, next time you hit push, you just say git push, that's gonna be enough. It will directly push it there. You don't have to say origin master anymore. Okay, so that's why we want to first time in here type in space -u. No, not that u. Put a dash symbol. And then letter U.
With the space.
No space. Unfortunately, he can't see my writings. Otherwise, he would have like, right there. And then space, the word origin. And then space, master. So GitHub has a master. Your local has a master. You're sending your project to the GitHub master right now with this code. Go ahead and hit enter. Give it a few minutes. Hopefully, no issues. Then provide login. Okay. Username and password. For you to push it, it's gonna require you username and password. For you to pull from a public repository, it's not gonna ask you for a login password. And it's only gonna ask you once.
So login.
Make sure that it's correct.
I hope it is correct.
It's working. So do that command again. I think your user credential was wrong. Yes. You guys do this. I'll be right back from the restroom. I've been drinking too much water. Yeah.
I think you should provide the right login, username and login. This one, I know. Same in commands, right? Yeah, but these commands are same, right? Copy bash and bash it. So it's like later we are using terminal like that.
Yeah, so those ones are
Oh, you are simultaneously watching the commands.
I got used to it.
Yeah.
Remember we had to download VM. We have to
Right. Right. And since we have a hands-on language, it's very good experience.
hopefully, I don't know.
It's not a word, but you can definitely get the vertex that I worked on that book or the completely different OS, right?
You can.
No, as well, as well, as well. Don't say that only use it because the company is of 90%. Everybody is using it.
Are we good? Any issues?
So it's better take it as an advantage as
All right, come on. Looks like your success.
Okay.
How many of you in class were able to get this 100% complete? Yours worked?
Yeah.
Finally? Anybody issues?
It just didn't pop up the window by accident. So I lost.
But did it complete it?
No,
You are way behind.
Yeah, I am way behind because I lost it and then I started.
Why didn't you stop me there? I was going so slow.
I know because I didn't want to stop the whole class because of me. That's why.
Well, now it's going to be a big stop, but then it could have been a small stop. Your same situation?
No, I didn't because it just didn't work.
or maybe slowly,
So it's 10.
Hey guys, I can't let somebody fall behind on this. So if you all want to take like 5 minutes break, let me fix this issue. We'll come back and do the rest of the stuff. Okay. Online folks, any problems?
No, good.
All right, take 5 minutes break.
Okay.
Originates the ORIGI.
It's called lotus.
Maybe on thing. Yeah, so far I think the UML things is not covered as long as I think. What was not covered? UML.
Yeah, I started with this. I don't want to be wrong on this.
Yes. This conference will now be recorded. So, at the time of the passport.
But you're gonna learn more than anybody else. You're gonna learn more than anybody else. You'll go through some struggles, but it's not gonna let me into this hard to so you're gonna you guys might mess up the back development here. No more. Only one. Visualize. Very positive. And accountability.
Yeah, so I will manage what I'm doing now. You are considering what I would not sort of file, but it is not really file. Is there okay.
I'm gonna have to debug this. You may have to uninstall the git bash and then reinstall it. Just follow along. It will be recorded. Alright guys, y'all with me? Good so far? Kamal, you there?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and minimize this git bash window for me, please.
This one?
Minimize it for me.
Okay.
Now go back. You see that in the background, you have this GitHub page.
This one?
Refresh it. That circular icon on the left side of the URL, there's a refresh icon.
Oh. Oh, yeah, right here.
Click on it. Now notice that your files have appeared. The project has appeared. Can you scroll down for me, please? Scroll down, please. See that POM file on the left side?
Oh, yep, this one.
Project, class path, target, drivers, settings. All of that part of your project is now in here. You can share this with anybody. Okay? All right. You don't have to do it in your workplace. This is already done for you. You're going to have to clone it. You're going to have to get it down to your platform. To do that, you have to type in, open up that git bash for me, please.
Big bash.
Actually, open your file explorer. Go to the C drive. Let me see if I can show you how to clone it. In your C drive, create a folder called projects or something. So right click, new, folder, name it project. Enter. Now go inside the project folder. Right click inside that project, empty project folder, and choose git bash here. Click on git bash here. Now type in git status. I want to see what. Okay, type in git space init. It's saying not a git repository, so you were gonna make it a git repository by typing in git init. Enter. Okay. Now type in git status. Okay. So it's working. Now type in git clone, git space. This is what you're gonna be doing at your workplace first day, or maybe first thing. And then put a space. All you need is that URL. So go back to your GitHub website, that repository. Google Chrome, please. Scroll down for me. See that clone or download icon on the button on the right side? Green button. Click on it. Click on it, please. Now copy that.
I click it.
Copy that URL for me, please. Control C is fine. When you've done that, go to git bash. That particular window, not that window, this one. Hover over that blinking cursor and right click on it. And click paste. Enter. It's copying everything. And 100% done. It has brought that project in that folder for you. Let's go and see if it really did it. Go back to your file explorer. Open that project folder. Is it there? It's there.
Yeah,
Double
this,
click on
yeah,
it.
this one. Yeah.
Yeah, double click that test files, tech files test ng. See all that? This is how your boss is going to give you that project, and you're going to clone it to your local repository. Okay? Now,
Okay.
we are going to make some changes to it. Okay? So, it's still loading. Okay, give it some time. I'm talk slow, so you'll catch up. Go to git bash, the other window, where we did the push pull. Where our original project is. Yeah. Not this one.
This one.
Yeah. Is that the one? Yeah. Okay. So the original location. Type in git branch. branch. Git space branch. There's always a
Git
space
branch.
after the word git. Enter.
So different git bash
No, same git. Like the original window. The first window.
These are the
Where the file originally was, that we found it from Eclipse. Does that make sense? You see, here's the difference. This is the location that Summer Tech Files, that's where your Eclipse is connected to this project. Yes, that workspace. But this one, we created a new one called project. We just wanted to see if we can still clone. We use this one to move it to GitHub. Oh, he keeps moving it. Anyway.
So right now I'm working to the workspace.
We're working in that Eclipse workspace because we're gonna make some changes and create a pull request, right? So if you type in git branch, it's gonna tell you how many branches are there. There's only one branch. If that's in green, meaning currently you are on that branch, okay? We're gonna create a brand new branch. To do that, type in git checkout CHE
space.
Yeah, always spaced.
Okay.
Always spaced. Checkout CHECKOUT space dash B as in boy space, give it a branch name. Let's just call it new branch. One word. No spaces. And typically the name is gonna come from your Jira story number. If your story says QAA, meaning quality assurance automation or quality automation something dash 324, that is a unique number on your ticket, you're going to put that right there as your branch name. Two things it serves. One, whoever is looking at that, when you're going to push that branch up, your boss is going to look at QAA 324. Oh, let me look at in the Jira. Oh, you're working, when he opens up the Jira ticket, he's going to be like, you're working on the login automation. That's what this branch is about. So there is a connection between all of this. Right now, we're just going to give it a name, new branch. Hit enter. Okay, notice what happened is two things. One, it not only created a new branch, but it also switched you to it. You are now on that new branch. How do you know that? Type in git branch. Enter. Here's a branch. There's a branch. One in green, you are on it. The other is white, you are not on it. So any work you do now is going to be stored in this particular branch. Okay? All right. Your Eclipse is already aware by now that you are in this branch. So go ahead and open Eclipse and go to this project. Okay. Close this window. Close all the tabs on the top if you have any. Clean it up. You can right click here and then choose close all or X out. See those X on the top? Yeah, X them out. Yeah, you can right click on it and then say close all.
Yep.
All right. All of y'all, I want you to do this too. Go open up this test folder. We're going to add something there. Click on test folder, expand it. Right click on that test package and create a class. Let's call it a new class, okay? Let's call it new test or something. Yeah, give it a name, new test. Save it. Finish it.
Finish.
Now copy a few things from that other file, login test, into this class right here. I don't want you to copy too much that it gives you error, but just some of it, because I don't want to solve the error right now. Yeah, double click on that login test. You don't have to expand it. All right, take that @test.
From here.
Yeah.
Down.
Yeah, you know what? Don't even do it, because this could mess up and a lot of you might get an error and then that would be a big mess. Just you're done. Go back to the Git bash. If you're fine with it, you're fine. But okay, we just added a class in Eclipse, didn't we? I know we didn't add much code to it, but check this out. Type in git status.
The main one.
With that
Or
location
project.
where your project is at.
Project, right?
Type in git status.
So Git status of which window? On the left side window, there is a project, C project, or
can you close
summer
that
2019?
left side window? We don't need that anymore.
Okay.
Just open the window where Eclipse is pointing to. Eclipse is only running this from this project.
This one, okay. Yep.
So
Okay.
type in git status and enter. Look, what does it say? Untracked
The
files.
new test class.
Does it make sense that we worked on this? That we created a new test Java class? And system also adds something in the target folder. Every time we make any changes, changes also happen in a folder called target. This one gets deleted at some point. I don't know why, but you might always see a repeat of something. But looking at this makes sense that we did create a new class called new test class. If we're happy with our changes, now we're going to, what are we going to do? Not yet. Have we added and committed? We haven't. So type in git add space dot again to add this change. Enter. If you do this command, this will now become green.
Okay.
Only the ones in green can be committed. There are some cases where you only want to commit this much, you don't want to commit this. In that case, you can only add that instead of the dot. I have never had a situation where I had to do that. But it's designed in a way that if you had to, you could do that. Pick and choose what you want to commit. We wanted to commit everything, and so that's why we added everything in our staging area. Now type in git status to let's look at it. See, they turn green. Also tells you a new file was added. Again, target folder automatically duplicates everything. So don't worry about that. Now, you don't have to type in git status every time. I only ask you to do it so that you can kind of see what's going on. All right? You don't have to do it all the time. Now you can type in git commit space dash am space dash am space, and you give with double quotation a commit message. Always keep it relevant so that if you ever have to come back to it, this is going to tell you where you need to go back to. So what did we just do? We just added a new class file, right?
Class.
So just type in new test class was added. This message is going to go up there when we push it. Your boss will see it. He needs to know what were you doing. This is a description of what you just did. Space class was added. You can have space here. Yes, sir?
Stein,
Yeah?
I'm getting a different kind of message over here.
Just 1 second.
Okay.
New test class was added. If you added a test case, you would say login test case complete. Other messages could be add contact test case in progress, or validation method was added. Something like this, whatever you need to. Now go ahead and hit enter. Okay, changes are made. If you want to confirm where the changes are made, what do you have to do? Git
status.
Status. Type in git status. You can type these things as many times you want to. You just want to be careful with the push and pull and commit. Git commit, git status, and git branch as many times. See, it says on branch, new branch, nothing to commit, working tree is clean, meaning everything is all been saved. All right. Now you're ready to push this branch to GitHub. Okay, we're going to push this new branch to GitHub. Go ahead and type in git, and you will see we're using same command over and over, and there's nothing more to it. This is it. Git space push space dash u space origin space your branch name, and it is case sensitive. So
New
you are
branch.
new branch, you have to spell it exactly same way, or it's gonna mess it up. Okay, make sure your spelling everything is correct, and then hit enter.
Mm.
100%, it means it's success. Okay, now minimize this window. Let's go see what happened to that remote repository on GitHub. So here you are. You have to hit refresh on this window to see any kind of changes. So go ahead and click on refresh again. Okay. And after that, scroll up for me, please.
Up.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you see two branch somewhere?
Yeah. To branch. Yep.
Is there a way you can remove this window in front of you? Click on dismiss.
Hmm?
Can you click on dismiss on this window? That's like,
Dismiss.
yeah, blocking your view of that.
I didn't see anything.
Okay, that's fine. Can you click on that two branches right there? You all see that too?
Yep.
Click
Yeah.
on it. Click on it for me, please.
Oh, this one is GitHub. Oh, okay. Okay. So dismiss, right? Okay. Okay. Yep.
All
Two
right.
branches.
Mhm.
Okay.
And scroll down for me, please.
Your default branch. Your branches.
Do you see those branches right there?
Active branch.
I don't know why that it creates a duplicate, and it could be just a GitHub thing. Bitbucket doesn't do that. You will just see one, right? You can delete these branches here if you wanted to. You can now create a pull request, meaning asking someone to review your code and merge it to master. Here's the master. Okay. So let's go ahead and create a pull request. So click on create pull request.
On the your branch or active branch. There's two things here.
Yeah, try the first one. Let's see.
Okay.
Okay. And notice up here, automatically it took new branch, and it's going to take that code, merge it to master in that pull request. It's only a request. It's not going to do anything. And it's saying able to merge. If it wasn't, it's going to say merge conflict. And then you have to resolve the conflict. It's going to show you. Okay. Now, do you see the commit message came up here? Automatically, it gave it for you. If you want to just leave it at that, that's fine. If you wanted to add more details about what you just did, you would write it here. That's not needed either. Not needed. Just commit message is fine. Can you scroll down for me, please? Click on create pull request. Not that. Not that. Just the button. Not the arrow. Hmm? Okay. Scroll down for me, please. Okay. Scroll up for me, please. Do you all see an option to see the differences? Scroll up and down. Let me see the screen. I can't see it, so I don't know which button I. Yeah, slowly scroll up and down. It's going to show you the differences in the code.
There is a file change.
They
Go
say
up.
this branch has no conflicts with the base branch.
This is one of files.
That's just the commit message. Can you click on it?
File change maybe.
Can you hover over, click on
Open
any of these? Does it click on?
this one? No.
You
This
all,
one?
do you see anything?
How about that file change?
Which one?
File change. That's not the one we
Like this?
No, better. They have another file change. Commit. One commit, 0 checks, and 2 file changes.
Two files changed. Click on that. Click on that.
Which one?
Yeah, files changed. Click on it.
Yeah, here it shows the.
Scroll down. Okay, yeah. All right. See that in green? That's what new code is coming in. And this is the difference. And your reviewer is going to look at that, and that's the file it belongs to. Now, if you had more files, you would click on that particular file, code will show up here. In gray is going to be what was there before. In green, what you added. In red, what you deleted. And he's going to review. And he's going to click on each file one at a time and review. Okay? Now, what if he doesn't like what you did and you need to change things? Can you click on this plus icon for me? Come on. Yeah, click on it. A message box is going to open up. Type in something. Type in like method name needs to be changed. Type that in. This is how they're going to review and give you feedback. And you're going to get an email notifying that you got some messages there. And you can log in to GitHub on Git Bash, and you'll be able to see this. You'll have access to this as well. You will have some permission level. Right now, you have permission to merge this code. Then you're not going to have one. You won't see the button even here. They have a way to control this based on different permission levels. So method name needs to be changed. Suppose your supervisor says you gotta change that method name, and I think you have to press this button to finalize it. Start a review. Right?
Start review?
Yeah, start a review. That's not a good button name.
Yeah.
And it got added, yes? But generally, that message is going to show up right underneath exactly what needs to be corrected. Okay? It's kind of like going to school. Your teacher is going to tell you what you need to change. And the code review is kind of like that. It's okay, you can be wrong. And if you have a good reviewer, will give you good feedback. And then you fix that. You read it, fix it, and then save, push again. All right? Understand this process? Let's go ahead and complete the whole thing by merging. So finish your review.
Approve.
Yeah, submit review. Submit the review. Bitbucket, you don't have to do all this button. You just click here, type in, hit enter, message right there underneath that. Now let's go back to our pull request option. If you scroll up and down, you will see, oh, there you go. Merge pull request. So click on merge pull request. You all with me? You no? Okay. Confirm merge. Anything else? Gives you an option. So you got this branch sitting right here. What do you want to do to it? Do you want to delete or keep it there? Your choice. Over a period of time, you may have a ton because 3-4 people, different day, they're giving you different branches and you're reviewing and you're merging, reviewing and merging. This could stockpile. So you might at that point delete. Right now you don't have to. But you need to clean that up later on when you become a test lead. Scroll up, go back to the master branch, and we want to see if that code change came in. You have already merged it. Yeah. If any way you want to navigate it back to your main window.
There is one master. Can we go from there?
From here?
Yeah.
Maybe. Click on that blue master. Come on, you see that blue? Yeah. Yeah, click on it. Scroll down. You are on master branch now. Okay? Alright. Remember our test class we added in this package, didn't we? Source, test, Java, test, expanded. So click on that test, source test, Java test. Come on.
Sir, which one?
Here, one of these folders that you see on the left side, bottom left corner of your screen. Don't move the screen too much. And look for a folder called, don't move your screen. Look for bottom left corner. Look for a folder called source test Java test.
The third folder.
Oh,
Driver.
yep.
Okay.
Yeah. New test class has added.
Click on it.
Click on it.
Yes.
It will not. Ask him to click on the test. No, it's
Okay, scroll down. Is it there?
Yeah.
Yep.
That code just got merged into the master branch. Before it wasn't. And now that you merged it, it showed up. So can you see yourself going home, maybe adding more stuff to this files or the class, adding more code, going to git bash, add, commit, push. You only have to do git push this time. Okay? How are we doing with time? What? 112? Okay. How you feeling with this?
We need more practice in this because one time following after you, I remember nothing.
Actually, we got the concept, but how we use the GitHub.
Good.
We have a little bit on with it.
Hey, Kamal, I appreciate you doing this for the entire
Okay.
class. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Let me take
Thanks.
over here. All
Sure.
the notes are in this page. Okay. Everything that I went over is on session 6. This is coming from my previous session. I was using this image. Some notes, what GitHubs and terms, ALM, things like that is also in here. There's some push-pull commands that you may or may not need it. This one, how to create a GitHub account, you already have. You installed Git Bash today, you have that. First set of commands of taking your local project into the GitHub for the first time, these are the steps we used. We initialized the Git repository first, and then we checked our status. We added our changes to stage. We committed our changes, gave it a message. Notice this describes what that step is. So if you were to literally type, you would type everything after this arrow. This is your code this much. And this is explanation of the code. Then we added remote repository and we entered the project URL here. We didn't do any brackets like this. I just added that there. And then we pushed that project to the master, which has already been done. You don't ever have to do this. So this step one, you don't have to worry about. You have also cloned it. You tried that on another folder. You don't have to do that anymore. What you need to do, so you don't have to worry about this. Every time if you want to create a totally different branch, you can create a new branch by saying git checkout -b and give it the name of the branch. In that branch, you can go ahead and go to your project in Eclipse, open it up, and make whatever changes you want to make. Come back to Git Bash and type in git add, git commit. You can do m or do -am. AM is more powerful than m. It adds, if you accidentally skipped this, if you have the AM, typically it will do this one and this one. Yeah, I haven't really found much theories, but I was reading about it. So I would recommend doing both, just to be on the safe side. And then give it a message. Now, and then you push, git push origin, you will see all that there. Once in a while, I'm thinking, should I show you this now or maybe next time? I'll show you next time. But these notes are there. Your homework. On that same project, okay, you're going to automate this test case. Add new account on TechFile site. You're going to go to this site. It's going to be a totally new test class. Your test class name, you can give it new contact or new account .java. Okay. You're going to log in. You already have code for it. You just copy paste the code. Username same, password same. You click on the login button, click on bank and cash, go to new account. How does it look like? So you're logging in, go to bank and cash, expand that, go to new account, open that. Okay? Anybody can do this much so far. You have no problem in doing this. You type in a random name. You can give it any name you want. Doesn't matter. You can give it a description, your choice, with the randomization and a balance. Okay? And that's what it says. Add a name, randomize account title and balance, and click submit. Account title checking 4112. I'm just thinking that nobody did that. Description daily transaction, whatever, and balance $4,000. You hit submit. It's gonna have that checking 411 probably way down here. Okay, so here's your task. If you can do this much, which I suspect and my expectation that all of you are capable of doing. If you can do this much, call yourself intermediate so far. And if you can do this much, give yourself a pat on the back. You have mastered everything I taught. So validate the presence of account created successfully message. Did it show that? Yeah. You're just gonna inspect this. Right click, find the element, wait for element. Done. Wanted to go fancier with the assert and stuff? It's up to you. But wait for element is fine. Now here's the last part of advanced. You do scroll down. Go search up where the scroll down code was. Create a method or do whatever you need to see if you can make it work. You may have to read Google. Actually, you don't. You just have to scan through my session 1, 2, session 3 and stuff. Everything I taught, it's gonna be culminating on this homework. Validate new account showed up in the bottom of the table. So you're gonna scroll all the way down. Test is gonna take you all the way down, and then you are going to take this XPath for this one, or even just looking for text with some sort of XPath location. And you're going to look for it and see if you can find it and validate that. So try that. It's a little tricky. And then delete that account. After you have validated, you just have to click on this button and that's going to delete it for you. This is pretty simple. Right?
Validate again, it's deleted.
Huh?
And validate again, it's deleted.
And that's how we do it, because we don't want to stockpile all these fake accounts. We create, test it, modify it, see if it's working, and then clean up our mess and we get out. That's how automation is. And make sure account is deleted. How do we do that? So let's see. If I hit the delete button, see this? Are you sure? You also have to, this is what kind of window is this? Pop-up alert. You have to use that code to accept it. Switch to and accept. And if you accept it, then this gets pressed. And then you can validate that much that deleted message appeared.
So do we have to validate this message or do we have to validate that account code?
If you want to validate that account got deleted, it might be a little more complex for now, but that can be done too. You would take all this data here. After deleted, you would take it, call it, ask Selenium, get text. With the loop, Selenium is going to go in and loop around, take every single one of these, give it to you. You're going to store it in a list of strings. And then you have created one checking 4112. You're going to check that checking 4112 and go through every single list items and see if it appears. If it appears, fail. If it doesn't appear, pass. Huh? You will learn that. I will teach you all of that. But right now, baby steps. So don't worry about that fancy stuff. And honestly, not needed. You want to be too fancy with those things, your chances of it breaking higher. But if this message showed up, I would say rest assured it's fine. Okay. Questions?
It works. Normally, if it's message show up, you're fine.
Yeah. Yep.
If you want to complicate your life, make all
Yes.
this data, pull up data and compare.
Yes. Yes. So when you're done with the test case, you save, you add it, you commit your branch, create a new branch for this. You add, commit the branch, you push to the origin, you look at the difference, you merge it, and you're done. Okay? So that's your task for this week. And we'll carry on from there. Holiday? Because Thanksgiving? No classes?
No. We get 15 days. We got 15 days.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
They declared that? Both days?
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday.
Wow. Wow. That's a long break. And I mean, for me, you guys got like so many. I wasn't here 1 week. And then I was with the families 1 week, 1 day or something. So you guys are going to be behind a bit. Yeah. So you're going into market maybe like what, January?
Probably after that. After February. We need some time to prepare. Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Online folks, any questions before I close out the training?
So what they said?
I've been waiting on you,
No class?
Style.
Yeah, sorry about that. Who was that?
I'm Robin. I've been waiting on you for quite some time.